All right, Commander Calder, if you can, and give us a log.
Commander's log, Stardate 553231. We will soon arrive to DSE to conduct repairs on the Svalinn and to wait for the arrival of the rest of Tiger Squad. And while this wait's going on, I will approve short leave for the ship. And log.
All right. As mentioned, and you guys are en route to DSE. You are about 6 hours out. It's been in several days. A's getting from there to here, but you're almost at the end. En route, you guys have been working on some things, including in Dr. Bog. You have a lot of sick and injured people who have been in your sick bay and slowly been filtering them out. I believe you had
any significant issues, or I mean, I think last session we basically stabilized everybody, so I'd just be making sure that my staff is getting proper rest. Got a lot of people like that.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of lose track of time and basically too long hours, and next thing you know, I've got nursing staff or something that's going down because they've been in 10 hours. So I'll be making sure that they're taking proper rest.
Yep, for sure. Go ahead and give me a presence or control medicine difficulty 2, just to wrangle your staff.
Okay.
And gain a momentum off it. There were some protests of no, I need to monitor this patient's vitals, but they eventually see the wisdom of taking a night's rest. And everyone of your nursing staff is able to get some rest in, and everyone's able to tend to most of the wounded. There's a handful of cases that you're unable to treat fully, just due to the limited facilities on board. There's 4 cases that are just kind of hanging in limbo. You have them stabilized in critical condition and type things, and they're just kind of touch and go cases.
Okay, I'll be keeping an eye on them and make sure that we've got them kind of set up in the intensive care area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically you've done as much as you can, and you're just waiting to get to the facilities of DSE. You need to do full surgeries on them.
Good.
Commander Maddox, we also have some injuries to the ship that you've probably been intending to over the week. I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
All right. If the sheet is correct, we have 2 breaches to engines, 2 breaches to structure, and 1 breach to communication. Over the week, you could knock one of those out before you hit the dry dock.
You said 2 to engines?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'd want to knock one of those out first.
So control engineering difficulty A3.
Ship assistant.
The ship is not assisting on this, but you could use your crew to help on this, and they can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And you can use that to either decrease the complication or difficulty.
Yeah, let's knock the difficulty off.
All right.
And I'll burn the 1 momentum for a 3rd dod.
And for cautious, okay. Gain 2 back. You can go ahead and erase one of the breaches on your engines. As en route, while the engine was running, you've managed to patch some of the systems up, but the rest will have to be done in dry dock.
I'll also inform the captain of the progress.
Commander Calder, you are informed of such progress.
Good work, Maddox.
Thank you, sir.
As I hang up. So who's next?
Calder and Knight, you do have a lot of prisoners to begin in processing.
Processing sounds like fun. Are you telling me I got to go do a bunch of paperwork to start this game?
Yep. You're starting a game of paperwork.
All right. Well, that's then getting delegated out.
Well,
I mean, you do have your chief of security, so that means, you can just order someone else to do it.
Yeah. As chief of security, isn't there a rule something about how whenever you do a task, you always have like your crew assisting or something?
Yes. Yes, you have the security team advantage.
Yeah, that means you get to decrease the difficulty.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. What is the difficulty of doing paperwork?
That's okay.
This is gonna this is gonna be one part of the entire extended task.
My paperwork is an extended task. Is that what you're telling me?
It's over 2,000 people, so I think we calculate out at like 2,400 and some odd different pirates.
Yeah, it's a lot of prisoners.
So what station are we at?
You're 6 hours out from Deep Space Erkannia.
Well, we do have 2 security forces. Well,
I'm going to combadge ahead to, or open communications up to the head of security of the station that we're heading to.
Yeah,
We clearly don't.
You're clearly. Yeah, you're within communication range.
Did you say Deep Space Erkannia?
Yep.
Deep Space Erkannia. Sorry, say that again.
It's Erkannia.
Just say DSC. Keep it simple.
Yeah, everyone.
DSE. Thank you. DSE. This is Lieutenant Junior Abraham Knight contacting you from the Svalinn.
This is Lieutenant Commander Wright, Station Command. How can I help you?
Hi, we have a small backlog of prisoners waiting to be processed here that I doubt we are going to get through in the next 6 hours. I was hoping that your station would be able to take some of that load off if we can forward you through their files ahead of time.
Yeah, we can. We'll do what load we can. How many prisoners are we looking at?
So we're happy to take the most of them, but that will leave about 2,000 left to process.
Okay. I'll start the processing now on our end, and we'll see about getting people transferred as needed and debriefed. Our squadron intelligence officer isn't present currently, but the services here at Deep Space Erkannia should be able to assist you with your job there, Lieutenant.
Thank you. That would be appreciated. I assume at some point we'll be handing these prisoners over to yourselves to monitor going forward.
Yeah, we're going to take what likely is going to happen. We had a huge prisoner influx recently. We have some friendly assets in the area who will be willing to transport the prisoners, but we'll process them here at the station, and then so we'll look at your preliminary results, and then we'll help you with our staff here, and that should cover the distance, I think. Worst to worst, we can call in. I'll call into Starbase 21, and we can have some of this remotely looked over, because just so they're not sitting in brig for more time than required. Are they all Federation citizens by chance? Or are they all non-Fed?
I wasn't here for the end of it, but I'm guessing they're all Orion pirates. Is that correct, Jim?
A majority of them are Orion pirates. There's mixed race aces in there. As far as their citizenship status, the mixed races, technically they could be Federation citizens, but it depends on if they revoked their citizenship or not. Because some people are like, no, I'm a pirate, I'm gonna rip up my passport.
Yeah, so far we're not 100% sure. We haven't finished processing them, so we don't know exactly how many are left might be Federation citizens, but the vast majority are not going to be.
Okay, I'll warn my security officer of that then. Thanks for the heads up.
Thanks very much. Svalinn out.
DCO.
And then I guess I'm going to get some of this paperwork. Probably.
Yeah, you're looking at like 60% Orion, 40% Federation citizen races. You're unknown. It's unknown if they're card-carrying members. But
what do I have to roll in, Jim?
Yeah, just to forward this paperwork and yeah, we'll just do that. Forward the paperwork and just get yourself a head start on processing these guys. Then this will work as a advantage to grind them all out. Paperwork wise.
All right, I'm not going to bother buying any dice, but I'm going to use Starfleet Protocol then as a focus. I'll take that, and we've got to roll the ship as well.
Mm-hmm.
Someone else got that, or am I getting it?
I can get the ship. So ship roll.
Oh, it was complication 2. I'm sorry, I didn't add that, but either way, it's fine. The ship, yeah, I think
Computers.
Computer security.
Security?
it's set up for you. I just need to press that.
Better if I get DSE to do it. No, it is not. DSE is not built for doing stuff where players aren't doing it.
No,
Nice.
it's really not.
All right, so 3, 4. So
All the good people went to the plank.
That is 4 momentum generated on top as it's not like a full detailed dossier, but you at least got like name, race, and citizenship lined up for all these people. Would you like to create any advantages in processing in these people?
Might suggest if because you're saying you guys we have 4 bonus momentum.
Yes.
So I would suggest 2 to create an advantage that the bulk of them are just super easy processes. There's no weird side cases of, oh, this person's from the Mirrorverse. This person is actually a Romulan citizen who defected. It's like, no, they're people. We can look them up. It's fairly straightforward. They'll easily be put through the system. It's just a matter of physically moving them.
Yeah, it's plug and play. There's no weird outliers where one person has warrants from 5 different nations or weird citizenry. Yep, that's easy enough. Any advantages you want to make, Lieutenant Knight?
Not on this. I wanted to get the bonus momentum for people that are doing the other tasks.
All right. Excellent. Calder, L, and Maldone, you're about 6 hours out. What would you like to do in the meantime, or what would you have accomplished in the past week?
Well, I don't really know what I can do, to be quite frank.
Looks like L is typing. Calder, was there anything you wanted to set up? Or anything you wanted to work on over the week?
Let me think about better. Just pass me, but come back when you get the other 2.
Okay. Review sensor logs, prepare reports. Okay. The sensor logs from like the fight, or what specifically are you looking for over the sensor logs? L.
Pretty much just try to evaluate Orion tactics for future encounters. Have answers in case I get asked about stuff that occurred. Try to improve on the tactics that he developed. The whole flashbang ID thing, that sort of stuff, and then prepared reports. Because you always have the reports you turn in, and then a couple extras in case you get asked about more.
Okay. I could summarize most of that with reason science difficulty 3 assisted by, I guess I could go computers or sensors or science. I'm leaning, let's keep it computers because you're going over our old sensor logs. You're not creating new data. So computer science.
Focuses. I have a focus in research and a focus in sensor operations. And
Research
a focus in analytics for my holodeck time.
Yep, research will work.
You have enough threats, so I'm going to spend 1 momentum.
All right.
I've got the ship, but what's the difficulty? Because our sensors should reduce it by 1.
It's the computers that are doing that. So difficulty 3.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I forgot. Science officers don't have the crew ability.
No, but he does get free questions, and that hits it on the mark. So with that, you're able to go over the sensor logs. As far as improving the flashbang idea, it's the thing is you kind of have to attune that for or each class of ship if you run up against. But if you know enough ahead of time, you could pre-program that and say, okay, I want a flashbang for our Ferengi Decora class. But it's gonna take like a couple hours to set that up.
Okay. But it's not something he needs for any time in the near future that he's aware of.
Chigoan, you know that you're going to be going up against Chigoan. You have not seen any Chigoans on ships yet. However, once you get to DSC, you could ask Tiger Squadron for or ship scans, and that could assist you in making a flashbang for them.
Could he communicate with the Pell test and try to get any sensor logs they have on Chigoan ships?
You can certainly try.
All right.
Channel's open.
Well, wouldn't I have to clear it through the chain of command first?
You can run it by your commanding officer if you feel the need to.
He'd probably go to Maddox right now, because the last idea he took to the captain shut down.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
Because if it's the flash thing, that'll green light it.
And it is reasonable for you to be talking to your science officer counterpart on the Peltas or with the Tiger Squadron and just directly.
All right, so yeah, he'll contact the Peltas. If he can get a hold of the science officer right away, great. If not, whoever he gets, he'll talk to.
Well, you've made the critical error. The Peltas doesn't have a science officer, but we'll see what we'll do.
All right, well, they get a hail from the Svalinn science officer.
This is Peltas.
Good afternoon, sir. This is the science officer aboard the Svalinn. I am trying to gather any sensor data you might have on the Chigoans, because I'm trying to work out a couple tactics that we're working on regarding Orion ships, and I want to see if some of these tactics might work again on some Chigoan ships.
We can send across what we have. It's primarily tactical data, but we should have some sensor logs.
If I have any issues with it, I'm sure I can speak to Lieutenant Knight.
Understood. We will start the transfer immediately.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate it.
Peltas down.
Svalinn out.
You're
Okay.
making tactics against these enemies. Well, landing how these new enemies that they're gonna face work, then that'll be helpful.
But yes, it's kind of a weird way how the Tiger Squadron works. They have a shared sensor system. So the other two ships kind of do the scanning, where the Peltas kind of does the haha shoot.
You do the looking, I do the punching. I like it.
So we should have some data to transfer across from like shared sensor logs with the Planck and the Kismet, but most of what the Peltas would have to offer would be tactical logs. But it's better than nothing.
Well, it's fought them in battle.
Yeah, a few times.
Yeah, if you face them in battle, that will be a good running start for what we have planned here.
Yeah, like
computers.
Yeah, definitely weird. Like you two brief a Knight about the enemy's tactics, if possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so reason science difficulty 3, complication 2, you're kind of working off of secondhand information. And it's computer security off both ships, as both ships are kind of cross-referencing data.
Svalinn.
Yeah, I've got the Peltas, so whenever you're ready, I can give you that role.
Is L rolling the main task?
Yeah, L is rolling the main task.
Oh, well, what am I doing?
You're doing this research role.
Yeah, reason science.
Okay.
Yeah, reason science difficulty E3 as.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was doing a roll. That's all. So no worries.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was just typing. Reason science. All right. So he's been doing going over sensor data on board the Svalinn. So testing a theory.
Testing a theory, he would apply.
All right. And it's still research and sensor operations.
Research, yes.
Yeah, I'll go. Oh, Boggsy got it.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
As long as someone gets it. Gain 1 momentum as you're gonna get this file sent to you. As you're getting a huge data dump.
Oh boy. Yep. Don't worry, you're going to get one back.
All right.
Yeah, go to someone else while I go over some of this.
Yep. With that, you do have a fairly good idea of. You do have a fairly good idea of how their ships work and operate. If you want more or details, you did generate like 1 momentum, and you have your free science officer question. So that will be chewing along in the background. Otherwise, as I think that just about wraps up our journey, as we'll make our way to DSE. Any objections?
No.
Calder?
No, let's go on. Unless you want to do a scene with briefing my knight on how these two factions fight.
Yeah, that brief's gonna have to happen in later, as Rob is in real life chewing through the data.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
All
Well, more like the crew, like the Peltax security officer briefing my security officer.
Oh yeah, we could do that. If Knight, I would like to.
Knight, are you there?
And he said he'll be right back.
Okay, so we should just have this scene on hold until they get back.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we'll make that work.
Okay. I think I'm ready with the question.
All right, what's the question?
Before I use the free question on the actual question, preliminary question is: has the Peltast gone up against very many of the security cruisers or the free traders?
It's gone against all of them.
Okay, so definitely there's lots of data on them, basically. All right, so I want to know if they've been able to identify and what it is, any particular weaknesses regarding the security cruisers.
That'll be your free question. They haven't and found anything in particular as a weakness. They do note some bulkheads that can be targeted that can cause additional damage, but it takes a little bit to scan them out. Possibly some more information. Collating.
I've just received some information from Corbinian. I could probably transfer that across if needed.
That's what they have. I was just letting you know what they're looking at. That's a copy from our tactical file. Just so you didn't have to go back to the other one to dig for it.
Ah, fair enough.
Thanks for sending that to him.
I mean, one piece of information, if you are interested, could it be a general tactic we or the Peltus has used with the concern in previous engagements? I just don't know if your GM would be taking that as a question or if that's just free information I can give.
That could be free information.
Okay, if with smaller groups of them, you can generally scare them off with a show of force. Same with even slightly larger groups, but they are capable of holding their own if they decide to turn and fight.
Yeah, I'll take that as the free question. That is generally a weakness is you're able to scare them off. For one, on momentum, there's a bit more on the general tactics pattern of tactics that at the Peltas I've seen that you could pick up on, L.
Say that again?
There's some more information on general tactics that the Peltas has seen. For one momentum.
You got it.
All right. Shorter paragraph this time.
Wait, which one's the Guardian? You didn't send me a Guardian.
I should have.
Nope.
Or the Alliance vessels.
You sent me trade station, trade post, yacht, security cruiser, and free trader.
Oh, yeah, I missed a post.
Yeah, oh yeah, because the Chigoans have two different fleets because they're simple people.
Yeah, the Alliance Guardians. All right.
Damn phase polaron cannons.
Hey, at least they're not spinal lance weapons. None of them are that crazy.
Except for the trade security cruiser, which has a keel lance cannon.
Yeah, okay, I'm guessing the station is now in like, well, I think now we're in range to contact us, station, airspace control to request docking.
Yeah, this is coming up on the final moments of a approach. You've dropped out of warp, and Maldon, it's time to request docking.
All right. What's the name of the station again?
Okay, right there. If you could actually.
No, but like there was like an abbreviated
DSE.
Just DSE.
Okay. All right. Call into DSE, requesting permission to dock.
This is station operations. You can begin docking at pylon Delta, subsection 5.
Received. Thank you, DSE. Svalinn out.
Station ops to Svalinn.
Svalinn?
A query. Is that a small fleet of ships you're towing along with you?
Let me get the captain.
Please.
I'll get the captain and tell him DSC. DSC would like to speak with you, sir.
This is Commander Calder, the commanding officer of the USS Svalinn.
This is Lieutenant Commander Strahler Wright, acting commanding officer of Deep Space Erkannia. I just noticed your energy signature has several ships, a small fleet of ships by the look of it, along with the Peltist. Just looking for some clarification, if that's all right, Commander.
These ships belong to a group of Alliance pirates who held a Federation freighter will transport ship hostage. We have captured them, and we are going to bring the crews in for processing. Apologies for fair. These for the inconvenience.
Oh no, it's not an inconvenience. It's just well, we do have a docking pylon capacity increase. Unfortunately, we already have 2 ships that we already have captured and have processed, so I guess we can move them. Actually, let me ask the short question. Are any of the captured ships in require of repairs, or is it just the Svalinn that needs repairs?
Just the Svalinn. These are the ships that basically just handed over their key cards.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, if you need both the illuminated docks open, we could just use one of our shuttles to land, and we could bring the bridge crew that way.
No, it's fine. Since your ship is in need of repairs, you'll want to be docked up with us anyway. We'll put you in a dock, and if the other ships aren't damaged, we'll just have a holding pattern around the station. Maybe park at 1 or 2 over Shosky Prime, if that's all right, since it's your prize fleet, as it were. But we can work it out, Commander. I just wanted to make sure that my sensors were operating properly. Not often I see a small fleet of ships coming up on the station with their weapons not powered on, so it gave us a bit of a heart attack over here.
I get to see that. We'll be docking now. It's fallen out.
All right.
Bring us in, Maldon.
After that misunderstanding, we can do a docking procedure, and Maldon, you can do a control con difficulty 0.
Perfect.
Just to see how graceful your docking is. Control con difficulty 0, assisted by ship's engines con. Yes. Star crew assist. As both of you are guiding Evan.
Control con.
No bonuses. Oop. The crew of DSC are well trained.
And the engines con from the Svalinn.
I suppose it could be over here because that's where the name tag is in over there.
Okay. What is it?
Engines con.
Okay, good.
All right. Generate 3 momentum. As expertly and possibly with a little bit of flair. Actually describe your docking procedure. How cinematic are you?
Oh, I wouldn't be terribly cinematic. I would be very much by the book. I like books.
Very much by the book.
With machine-like precision, then. That is my equivalent of flare.
We're not doing it. We're not doing.
Oh, hey there.
We're not doing the motion picture slow.
Slow motion and, you know, extended edition 5-minute glory shot. You do get the one float from fingers and thumbs, so is there anything you would like to do with that?
Not particularly.
All
Just
right.
a boring day today.
Boring day. Soft dock is achieved. You're guided in, and by tractor moorings and the dry dock assemblage, which is brought over, or the Svalinn in for repairs, and you may disembark.
I think I'll see if I can. Yeah, I do the. I kind of like what Kirk did for his a shore leave or design that triple episode. So, but also going to have me and the witch crew meet. Wait, if we could request a meeting with the current who of Tiger Squad is currently on the station?
Station command is Lieutenant Commander Wright.
Also of note, Deep Space Erkannia, you get requests of docking from the IKS Braytok. Small scale 3, a bird of prey, who came along with the fleet.
I'm gonna verify their credentials against the Starfleet and Klingon Allied database to make sure that they're not a pirate ship or have any priors that we need to be worried about.
Okay. Wright can give me a will this be control or reason? This be reason. Reason con difficulty 2 assisted by stations computers con.
She's gonna ask one of the NPC crew to do it for her because they're better at it than she is.
God, that's not saying much.
No, it is not. What was the station helping with?
Computers con.
Computers con. No. I'll take a momentum from you.
All right. I mean, you're asking about ships. Be right back real quick.
Well, that other one doesn't pop up because he didn't hit anything. Well,
Please don't attack our allies.
And if Wright rolling wouldn't have made it any better because she's not. She's a medical officer who was made a station commander in the last few months, so she has no con focus at all. So none of her talents would have applied or her values. So, and the people who would be aren't back at station yet.
Look at me.
Well, I'm looking at you. Yet again, Grennan is the reason why this is all happening.
Seems so.
Oof, and that was a critical failure.
No way to re-roll that.
Okay, let's have some fun with this. You're unable to verify this Klingon's vessel's identity, so standard procedures. There's our raise shields, and demanded identification. Or basically, you're treating them as an unknown vessel all on approach, because they're unknown.
Would I notice this?
You guys are on the gangplank at this point.
Well, I mean, would I notice the station going on alert?
Depends on how Wright's handling this, but as far as you know, that's a Klingon on bird of prey, and you're unable to identify it. Could be a pirate, could be from a dishonored house.
Station is going to go to yellow alert. I'm going to put out an urgent call to the plank to come back as soon as possible. Unidentified Klingon craft in our area.
All right. Oh, so we're not docked at Erkannia then?
No, you'd probably be over Shoshku 1 managing the archaeology dig.
We have a Peltus token. Peltus plank token. Wow, I keep doing that today. There we go. It's long now.
I keep forgetting the alt tab thing. The alt.
So long.
There we go.
There we go.
And the Peltas would be getting in orbit of Deep Space Erkannia. Yeah, at this point. But yeah, you can get communications out to the Maxwell Planck.
Maxwell Planck, this is DSE. Unidentified Klingon craft, designation ICAS Bratak, is in our space. Currently yellow alert. Please assist.
Very well. We're moving to intercept and possibly provide identification station. USS Maxwell Planck out.
Acknowledged.
And the Planck is going to come to yellow alert and move to intercept the Bratak.
Don't kill the cool Stargate character.
Intercept, not engage.
Yet. That's what the Peltus is for. We have to get it into sensor range so we can scan for weakness first.
The Maxwell Planck can go ahead and give me a control con difficulty 1 roll to see how well you intercept.
Find where that sheet is. There we go.
Diff 1 assisted by engines con.
Cool. Crew roll and Starship roll. Take the first one. Don't know why it was 2. That's 4 successes. Generate 3 momentum.
All right. That is 3 momentum on top. You have 1 float, as you can get within intercept range at any range band and you would like.
Let's get into medium range with the Bratak.
Okay, medium range. Anything you want to do with the float?
Let's see. Spend the float and 1 momentum to create an advantage of our sensor systems are fully optimized and online at the moment.
Okay. Yep, your sensor systems are online, ready to scan the vessel for all intent.
All right.
What's the Peltas doing at this time?
Well, if it's just noticed station go to yellow alert, it'll probably reach out. Peltus to DSE.
DSE, go ahead, Peltus.
We noticed you've gone to yellow alert.
Yes, we have, along with you as an unidentified Klingon bird of prey. We're just taking security precautions. Do you know anything about this ship?
Not personally, but they did assist in the engagement to the recent engagement. So I believe they're affiliated with the Svalinn, but that's as much as we've got.
Okay. Advise Yoel that you go to Yoel Alert and just observe the ship for the time being. We're going to deny them clearance. I'm going to try to see if I can talk to the commander of the Svalinn and figure out who these people are.
Understood. Help us out.
What alert status is the Maxwell Planck at?
Yellow.
All right.
Come into
they-
medium range. I'd like to open the hailing frequencies of the Patak.
Yep. The Patak, seeing everyone else coming at yellow alert, also responds with yellow alert, but
That'd be the sensible thing to do.
But not cloaked and definitely not in attack formation. They're still in cruise formation. The Patak answers.
Be advised, Klingon vessel, we've been unable to verify your identity.
The identity is emblazoned on the hall. This is the IKS and it's Bray Talk.
Myth kind of makes a gesture over to her science officer, indicating to run the name.
Okay. To run the name Reason Con on difficulty 2.
Con?
Yep. That's why I screwed the roll.
Actually, before Myth gestures over to the science officer, I'm just gonna see if I remember this off the top of my head.
Yeah, because as an android, you get a free success.
Yeah.
You nerd.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't think I have a focus in this. No, not really.
Ship identification and Klingon houses.
I only got one. Damn.
Yep, one success.
Bloody androids.
It is a
the ship.
Well, it doesn't matter because
it is a registered
No, I
Klingon
didn't.
ship.
I didn't fail.
You did
I
not
have a
fail.
success.
You got one success. With that
But-
one success, I will say this ship did fight in the Dominion War. You would know that.
well, the computer can still roll because Myth does have.
The computer can still roll.
So computer security or
Con.
computer
Yep.
con? Start pass roll.
Yeah, that's about right.
That was a 19. Damn.
And that
This is
Bunch of high rolls there.
was- that's-
I can't for talk. You're not showing up in our systems. Please stand by while we verify.
why. Yes, check your records of how glorious of a warrior ship you have in front of you.
Indeed, Captain. I do not mean to discount any of your efforts during the war. I am able to verify your ship's identity up until that point. However, has your ship recently undergone any series of repairs or retrofits that may have interfered with our ability to identify it?
No serious retro outfits, but we don't exactly make the habit of flashing our hull in combat.
Understood, Captain. Please stand by.
At this point, Calder and the rest of the Svalinn crew, as you're on the gangplank and walking on the station, it suddenly goes to yellow alert, and Calder, you are notified to come to station ops immediately regarding the current yellow alert situation. The Peltas. Yeah, the Peltas can assist with you traveling with them. Just go ahead and give me a crew roll and computers con. There we go. The Peltas ask can verify that this is the Bray Talk. I actually don't have a house for them yet, but
they're part of a recognized house that hasn't been purged.
Yeah, they're part of a good recognized house, noble, honorable. They've been on the right side of Klingon history for the past 20 years. Honorable service in the Dominion War, including most notably fighting alongside the USS Svalinn, and during the Dominion War are along several high-risk raids.
Yeah, I'll forward that to Deep Space Erkannia and the Plank.
Oh. Whoops.
They're war heroes, damn it. It's at this point that Calder. It's at this point, as you're getting the information, that Calder can come to the bridge to ops.
Is there a problem?
It would seem not, Commander. First we had difficulty identifying your Klingon guest in our records, but it seems the Peltist was able to verify the bona fides of our allied ship. We'll be sending on a yellow alert shortly. Sorry to disturb your shore leave.
It's fine. I was hoping to see if I could talk to. Hoping to have a meeting with some members of Tiger Squad when they get here.
Oh,
there are currently any here.
Right. Well, I can arrange a meeting between ourselves and Lieutenant Commander Myth. I do need to brief you. I was going to wait on briefing you on our current situation until you had some time to relax a little bit, but we can get it started as soon as possible.
Better to do it now, because I imagine we still have to wait for the kids mid to return.
Yes, sir. I'll have one of my staff here see you to diplomatic suite beta, and me and Lieutenant Commander Myth will meet with you shortly. If there's any of your other trusted staff you want to bring along, feel free. This is a security and intelligence briefing as well, and I wouldn't. It's somewhat vital, but you know your crew better than I do, of course, sir. So, yeah, nothing but good news.
Okay.
Okay. You are escorted to briefing room beta. Would you call any of your senior staff to join you?
I think I'll go in my cell. Oh, yeah. Me, Mattis, because he's my XO, my chief of security, the knight, and who would be good for I need to think of someone to represent the intelligence part of this meeting. Who would like to take the goal of intelligence off intelligence?
Generally, that could fall under security or science.
Have science too, because I wasn't here for the last part of the last session.
Okay. Yeah. So let's have L come.
Okay. Because Dr. Erbog, you are busy coordinating with DSE medical staff to bring these critical cases in. That I'm assuming you would have forwarded their notes and said, "Hey, get ready for these type of cases."
Absolutely, I would have all the appropriate staff waiting, particularly my critical patients, criticals, and would also brief them on the less serious ones that still needed some care. Definitely critical I'd make sure we had all the equipment.
Okay. Between you, the Svalinn, and DSE. I don't pick on this attribute enough. I need to do it more. All right, to synchronize everything and get you set up. Reason Medicine, difficulty 2, complication 3. Part of complication is just the sheer number of files as you're trying to get over and make sure that everything's squared away, that nothing's mixed up. And DSE can assist on this. DSE and the Svalinn and can assist.
Let's see. So I'm being helped by the ship's computers. I use technical expertise to read what I need to. Let's see. Would trauma surgery help me with the focus there?
Yes, especially since you're getting ready for trauma surgery.
And I'd like to go ahead and use value improvisation under pressure.
Yep, that would apply.
Then I'll go ahead and,
actually, that would you could apply that right now, and that would just give you the roll. Also, you would just be rolling for extra momentum at that point.
I'll go ahead and roll for extra.
Okay. Reason Medicine, difficulty 2, and we already have 2 hits.
Oh, I'll go ahead and spin something to quash that.
Wow.
Alright, spend 2 to quash that.
Yeah, so that didn't work out for extra momentum, but at least we got the task done.
And I think we owe you 2 more momentum to quash the second complication.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Is that from a different? That's from the station.
That's from the station.
That's from the station, so technical expertise would not help with that.
Actually, I get a reroll. I get a reroll from my technical expertise.
Yeah, you could reroll his 0 instead of spending to get rid of it.
Oh yeah, go ahead and spend.
Yep.
Go and reroll that.
Never mind.
God.
Never mind.
Oh,
It is a lot of data. So you're
really was that was uncalled for.
It's a lot of data, and you have to go back and double and triple check things, make sure that this man had a broken right arm, this man had a broken left arm. Let's make sure not to get that confused.
It's a lot of files.
It's a lot of files, and Deep Space Erkannia is also an Orion station. You're a Starfleet vessel, and there was a little bit of a cringe as you try transferring all the data, and Deep Space Erkannia's computers kind of went for an extended period of time.
It's all right. We get it. We get it done.
You get it done, and you do success between the medical staff of both ships, the stations, and everything else. You manage to get your 4 critical patients into the advanced space of Deep Space Erkannia. So next scene, we can start start the long-term surgery on them.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we also have right in the scene. Who else from the Tiger Squadron would be in the room? Yeah,
Just Myth currently, and Right.
Myth and Right.
And probably representative from the Peltas, whoever the senior officer is.
You bucks.
Yeah.
And Bucks. Come on.
There's 2 of her now.
It's not showing up on my end. That is weird.
Well, there were 2. It's great.
Double the fun. What is going on? Okay. Well, you can see it. That's close enough. As you are, or as all these senior staff members are brought in, and they are, yeah, let's start this meeting.
Hello, everyone. Some of you have probably heard my voice before. I'm Lieutenant Commander Shrala Wright. I'm a breveted Lieutenant Commander assigned to be the commanding officer of the station. With me is the commanding officer of the Maxwell Planck, Lieutenant Commander Myth. What I'm about to tell you is of a confidential nature. So I would advise you, I can't really order you, but I would like to advise you to keep this, to exercise discretion. Let's put it that way. So first things first, the Kismet has yet to return for the last month. It reported in that their diplomatic talks with the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds had finished, and they were en route back to DSE. Unfortunately, they have not reported in for at least 2 weeks. We have no reports of their destruction, and we're not sure where they have gone. Secondly, as you may have been briefed, there are preserver ruins that Lieutenant Commander Myth has discovered on Shosku Prime, which involves highly advanced ancient alien technology, which means that although we are open for scientific study, Lieutenant Commander Myth has been our chief officer in keeping knowledge and access secure, given the looks at Myth briefly, looks back at them. Sensitive nature of what was found there. Lieutenant Commander Myth will be able to go into that more detail later. Third, the USS Andromeda has been missing for several months. We have yet to be able to launch a rescue mission to search for them, because at the moment we've had to deal with a possible war between the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds and the Chigo Concern, as well as the Orion Syndicate black market that was trying to funnel through us, and apparently to this queen of yours. Lastly, at present, all travel toward Peugeot Council space, that includes Woohoo, Chigoan, and Kwakwa, is currently on a restriction. Some sort of unknown anomaly has been causing ships to warp in random directions, sometimes open space, other times ships have been lost entirely. At present, we're still studying what the anomaly is. It may have something to do with the ruin that we discovered here in over Shosku Prime, within Shosku Prime, but we can't really say for certain yet. The reason we've been keeping this quiet is for 2 main reasons. One, within the last month, a trio of ships came to DSE and attacked it while Admiral Haggard was visiting aboard the Argo. 1 and 2 of them you see docked here at station. One is a Intrepid class and another is a Saber class. And the third was a Dederidex Romulan warbird with Starfleet identification protocols. It identified itself as a Starfleet vessel right up until it got into visual range and cloaked. And this was before when you called us for help. That's what we were dealing with at the time. We were able to capture them. The Romulan warbird was destroyed, and we've had a lot of prisoners we've had to process. So there is a massive corruption investigation going on currently, led by Admiral Haggard and our Chief Intelligence Officer and Squadron Security Officer, Lieutenant Commander Varder. The second reason is that we are the only station, we are the closest station, Starfleet facility before Starbase 27. We are the station Starfleet presence in the area, and we didn't wish to cause a panic among the various worlds that look to us for protection. So I'm advising you of this because, well, frankly, your ship's commanding officer outranks me, so it is improper for me to withhold that information. And secondly, you are 10th Fleet, fellow 10th Fleet officers. So if I can choose to trust anyone in Starfleet, I choose to trust people in the 10th Fleet. I'm not sure how Lieutenant Commander Myth feels about this, but I feel that this was the most proper action to take at present. If you have any questions or information that we don't already know, now's the time. And she sits down.
Do you know any ideas where you might have lost contact with the Kismet? Because we could probably assist with trying to find it.
It would seem the Kismet was at the capital of the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds, the Woodra system. Their last communication was when they were leaving the Woodra system at high warp. Given their speed, they should have arrived 2 weeks ago. Barring, and even worst case scenario, assuming that they decided to go sightseeing for a bit. It doesn't make sense for the fleet captain or the captain to call in to check in. So it is our best guess is that they're somewhere in the Woohoo Illuminated World space, but the Woohoo say they have not seen the Kismet since it left Woodra, which is strange because Woodra is in the center of their claimed space. Chigo say they don't see them, but then again, Chigo are never straightforward about their answers. The Qualqua haven't heard from Fleet Captain Grennan either. So best guess they're in Woohoo space, but at this time we assume they're somewhere in the sector trailing of us.
I could think of two possibilities that might happen to it. One, they might have found a trail of evidence or interest on the way back to the station, or two, maybe someone in the Woohoo government who is currently don't like us might have done something. I don't really know the political know-how of these people yet. Like, would there be anyone with power who could hide a starship?
They do have advanced technology, possibly from the Preserver advanced tech. So theoretically they could, but we haven't seen them show evidence of being able to cloak vessels or hide vessels in that manner. Last report of the Kismet suggested that the peace talks had gone well. We have not seen any, we've seen subspace activity of ships moving around, subspace communications at extreme ranges, but we haven't seen anything to indicate a war. Last report of the Kismet suggested that there was an opposing faction that wished to push for war between the Woohoo and the Chigo, but the Kismet seemed to be able to allay that to some degree. There wasn't a lot of details given over open comms, given that we were concerned that the Chigo were going to intercept the information, since there's a possibility we'll be launching assuming we can get through this anomaly, in the near future, we want to launch a mission to disarm the Chico concern of their super weapon. But at this time, we don't know of any particular enemy that Starfleet or the Kismet has at this time. But
do you got any details about this Chico super weapon? Like what it does?
Lieutenant Commander Myth, you're probably more versed on the specifics of it.
The Chico superweapon can best be explained as a gravitational destabilizer that functions by injecting a series of high energy particles into the center of a solar mass, thereby causing a simulated nova.
There was also some report, as I recall, although speculative, from the Andromeda, was that it also was something that could be used to create an artificial wormhole. Although we haven't been able to observe the phenomena for ourselves, and we haven't been able to talk to the Andromeda to check our notes with them.
Indeed.
Okay.
Is there any way to detect the usage of this super weapon?
Its usage should be incredibly obvious, as it would yield a nova event similar in scale to the classic explosion of a star.
Does it give off any odd energy signatures?
Prior to being fired up.
Yeah, like
I assume so, because I was able to detect the warheads, but that would be a question. GM. Or a GM.
Yeah. Myth would know, and she probably, and you'll likely pass this on, I imagine. That it's the warhead is. It looks like a torpedo when you first scan it, but if you scan it for any length of time, it has an odd energy signature to it that looks like it's like a very unstable quantum torpedo, like so unstable that once you fire it, it would just kind of obliterate itself. But it seems to maintain that instability all the way up until impact, until it reaches the star, and then it becomes almost indestructible, punches into the sun, and then it then destabilizes again, and then pops the star.
Yes, the center of the warhead has a unstable quantum matrix that is being, in some manner, artificially enforced. This is easy enough to look for once you know the precise mechanics of, or the imprecise mechanics of how it operates. I can forward that information to you for identification purposes.
Thank you. And in terms of you share us one of the reasons I got my chief security here is so you could brief him on how these people fight, their tactics and such.
Lieutenant Commander Myth, you've actually faced them in battle. I can admit I can't really admit too much insight. I've been here at station for the most part in a defensive administrative role, so I haven't been tactically with them. I know as much as you do, likely.
Similarly, the Kismet and the Peltest are more equipped to handle the specifics of tactical engagements. However, trends in their behavior suggest that the Chigoans will attempt to bring a tactically superior force to bear, and if that force is rendered tactically deficient to the opposing force by means of superior engagement, then they will attempt to withdraw. Their general tactics focus on fielding smaller ships as a front line while keeping their larger, more expensive ships back to provide covering fire. They've also been known to employ advanced technology for unconventional warfare, such as when they assaulted this station and attempted to propel a moon into a collision course with it.
Yeah, that was fun.
That's no moon. That's a missile.
That's a moonsile.
Ah, the moon styles.
Indeed, the current satellite of, what's the Shosku 2, I think?
3.
If I could just be given access to any combat logs and briefings on, recorded briefings on the instances where we have faced them, I'll just review this in my own time.
Certainly, I can provide the relevant information from my systems.
I'll give access as well from DSE's stores. We've been the central repository for most of the fleet, so we should have some of the data from the Kismet as well in our systems.
Excellent.
If you run into any security lockouts, just check in with Starfleet Intelligence, and I imagine Lieutenant Commander Varder will approve it once he knows that we've approved it.
Thank you.
We apologize for him not being here, but he's currently still processing the Starfleet attack, so he's busy with that elsewhere in Tallgrass. I can't say where because I haven't been told.
That's understandable. I mean, if there's any other thing we could help while our ship is still in I don't mind assisting. Even if Fluid's explanation, our ship wasn't lucky to grab the first batch of Delta flyers.
Ooh. Well, with Lieutenant Commander Mitt's permission, she gestures vaguely. There's not much I can request from DSE other than extra security support, but the Peltist is going to be doing that for the next while. She nods at Vex. But if you can find some way to figure out what this anomaly is about and how we can navigate it, we can start to actually launch an investigation. The Plank would have done so for the last while, but Starfleet scientists had us busy securing the site, and then Starfleet Security wanted us to secure the site, and then Intelligence wanted to secure the site. So we've been one station, one ship handling that. So we're finally able to free up the Plank. Assuming you wish to, of course, Lieutenant Commander, I have no authority to assign your ship.
If my crew wish to assist, they are pleased to.
Oh, thank you, Ensign. She'll take the pad, start reading the one that the Aurelian just handed him.
Yes, I believe the investigation of the Kismet's disappearance should not wait any longer. The bureaucratic mismanagement of security precautions of the site was unfortunate.
Apparently, you need 3 sets of airlocks for a secure system. She rolls her eyes like she absolutely doesn't believe that, but it's a thing she had to do.
Seems that interdepartmental communication at command is not at its peak efficiency. The closest it gets to a disk.
It looks like Ensign Tyrell. She looks questioningly, like she's never said the word before. The name before. It seems to check with our observations as well. So that's good.
He'll respond. It's Ensign L.
Ensign L. My mistake. Sorry. Ensign L's observations seem to be lining up with what we've found. The only thing we don't have a lot of experience with is the Alliance ships. We've never fought them before. We've observed them. Andromeda's observed them, but that part of their culture has not come into conflict with us before. But then again, it's the Chigo concern ships that are, well, of concern. They're the ones with the advanced technology and Polaron beam weapons and so forth. So they're the ones we've actually been shot at. Although we haven't heard from them since the Kismet has disappeared. So.
Indeed, and along with the discoveries at the archaeological site, the lack of communication out of Chigo and concern is itself somewhat disturbing.
It is at this point that Lieutenant Wright, you get a request from the... Yeah, you get a communication from Ops.
Right
Just
here,
chime
go
in.
ahead, Ops.
We have a shuttle coming in at long range, and it looks to be from the USS Kismet. It's badly damaged though, 2 life signs.
Thank you, Ops. Patch information to the fleet in area. Stand by for further instructions from officers of those ships.
Is that the captain's yacht?
Lieutenant Commander Myth, Commander Calder, would like to request your assistance in rescuing one of our shuttles. Hopefully we can find out what happened to the Kismet.
Indeed. I believe the Plank is closest ship.
Yeah,
Plank is closest ship. You could request beam up directly there.
I could tell my people to set up the flip near if you need assistance with that.
Any assist? Sorry, go ahead, Lieutenant Commander.
I believe a tow from the flank of the shuttle into dock will be appropriate. Lieutenant Commander?
Okay.
Although I can certainly use your assistance in station operations. You have all of you have more Starship experience than I do, and given an emergency like this, experience eyes may be of use.
Okay.
All right, as you're all dismissed, Myth is going to the Plank. Who's going where?
Wright's heading up to station operations.
Okay.
Folks would return to the Peltist.
I imagine that Svalinn is currently locked into with the prayer arm, so they can't really move out.
It's actually not locked in quite yet because you haven't gone through and requested the. Yeah, they haven't tied it down for dry dock yet. You could leave right now if you wanted to.
Yeah, the repair teams aren't over there yet, so because I haven't sent them yet.
Yeah.
It's kind of why I wanted to have the meeting as soon as possible. Like, before I lock you in, let me brief you real quick.
Yeah, I'm going
So-
to quickly. Yeah, quick, please, instead of the. If we could assemble the Svalinn crew.
Svalinn crew is being called back to their ships. Maxwell Plank crew is being called back to their ship, as well as the Peltas crew. What is the alert status of the station?
I'm actually accompanying Wright to Ops. I'm just ordering the Plank to go and pick up the shuttle.
Okay. Presence command difficulty 2.
I'll take 1 momentum. Because I am not the best. There we go. Got it done.
Oh, now you roll good.
Right? It's like, why? Okay.
Okay. One momentum generated as the Maxwell Plague thing takes off to intercept a shuttle. Grennan. Yep, Grennan and Pend. Yeah, you've kind of had a rough ride at the moment. Let's do fitness and security. Difficulty 4 to see which one of you is actually awake.
And you go first.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. Would you accept survival as a focus?
Yes.
Take a threat and 2 momentum, please.
1 threat. No, not to all players.
All players get 1 threat.
Now I have threats.
Gee, I've got a reroll. Well, I hit it.
Pend, you are a bit roughed up. You have like 1 injury. You have 1 injury on you, but no current stress, and you are currently conscious.
Question.
Answer.
If you accidentally give us another threat, can we spawn a random ally with 2 threats?
So,
you could spawn allies with momentum. Create
For 2 threat, we just get bad guys.
Yeah.
Well, we still need a second threat. That's what I'm saying. You know, you would have to accidentally give us another threat. Just saying.
All right. So Pend currently has a non-lethal injury on him. Grennan.
I'm gonna give you 2 threat and 1 momentum,
All right.
and hope to God.
Yes,
Actually, I'm going to keep the 2 threat. Increase your complication. Increase your complication by 1.
Yeah. Okay.
It's gonna be his shoulder.
You hope to.
Oh, mother.
With the kayaking or racquetball.
Oh no.
Complication shoulder. Complication shoulder. Sorry, Cap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any reroll, or are we gonna let it to stand?
Hang on. I am going to use. Didn't think I'd be using it so early. My star.
The Starcross?
Which I think that's the one that lets me quash a complication. I'm still gonna fail.
Yeah. Okay,
Like,
so
I'm
you quash the complication.
But I'm not like turbo dead.
Yeah, you're not currently bleeding out and duct taped into your chair to keep you from dying, and you are you are currently unconscious. You technically have a lethal injury, but it's not a lethal injury where I'm counting down rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So, Pen, it's all you.
I'm sorry, not Legion of Honor. I'm sorry.
Legion of Honor. Yeah, okay. That's the one we got. Yeah, Pen, you and Grennan and have been flying in the shuttle for a little bit as you made your daring escape from the Kismet that Corbinian's going to fill us in on. And you jumped way too close to a star and you took critical damage. Both of you slammed your heads against the console. Your thick head bounced off. Grennan's and human head did not.
Can I just state for one thing before we continue?
Yes.
Every single starship accident I've been in has never been penned. Not a single goddamn time.
Yeah, it's always something that like the game master voices on us.
That's a likely story. Don't believe him.
And as far as you know, Grennan, his pulse is weak. He's unconscious. He's unresponsive. That's about all the time you've had to do a medical check because you're trying to keep the shuttle in one piece. You've just jumped into the shuttle system, and the Maxwell plank has peeled off and is running to intercept.
Am I able to open comms, or is the shuttle damaged?
You can, and it's going to be a roll.
I'm sure.
Difficulty. Corbinian, what shuttle are they on?
It depends what class the shuttle is.
Yeah.
I just pulled a Type 9 out.
If Type 9, then it's the Byron or the.
Yes, because
Byron.
All
Type
of
9 is
the,
probably the one they commonly jump out of. Yeah.
Yeah, all of our shuttles are named after popes.
All right. Difficulty 2, complication 3. A part of that was set up, and I spent some extra threat to increase the complication.
Would you allow the focus of starships or survival?
Survival for increased complication.
I mean, I'm going to take it.
Okay, then.
So I'm going to use my medal, and I'm going to roll 6 challenge dice. Depending on how many chevrons I get, will depend on how many threat you receive.
Okay.
I love this map.
You receive 3 threat.
3 threat, and you're rolling in 5 dice.
Correct.
Communications do go through. You're able to get 30-second communication out before you blow the relay.
Yeah, that's fine. Requesting immediate beam to med bay. Request meeting with senior staff. That's all I need.
Maxwell Planck, you do receive such a message. And for that other crit,
orders the crew beam directly to sickbay of the plank.
And you know what? I'm spinning to reroll. Pen takes 6 damage as the system shorts out.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do they use that one? Do they use that one lightning effect?
Oh yeah.
PNG?
Yeah, it's that one lightning effect.
I love. I imagine he get attacked by the rock collection.
The rock collection. At this point, the Svalinn can disembark. Commander Calder, what's your orders?
Go to the shuttle all ahead full.
All right, Maldon, go ahead. I'm assuming you come back to your post. And Maldon's muted. All right.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry.
Sorry. I just called in you randomly out of the blue. Yeah, stations at yellow alert, and you're on your way to intercept.
I've heard everything, so I know what's going on.
Cool. No, not.
So control con.
Yep, control con, difficulty 3, assisted by ship's engines con.
We don't have any momentum. It looks like.
No, someone had to use it to, stay awake.
Yep. So, we'll go ahead and use some thread on that then. We're gonna buy 2 dice.
I'll assist with a direct.
I'll allow that.
Okay.
All the momentum generated. All right, so that was difficulty 3. So 2, 4, 6, 8. So that's 5 momentum generated, plus 1 more from all fingers and thumbs. But that one is afloat, so... Oh yeah, very quickly you disembark and by the books, like you do a quick warp jump over. How close do you want to be?
Close enough to start beaming people off.
Okay. Both you and the Maxwell Plank can get in range at the same time.
I think I'll tell Maddox to quickly beam them in to medbay.
Just jumping on my beaming out.
I apologize.
It's like, I have a sick bay. I was right here. Svalinn comes ducking around the corner. No, we're doing it.
Sorry. I'm not the one who didn't communicate that. Not my fault. Tucker did it.
I said just giving them off.
Okay, so base 2, not on a pad, and you're beaming them directly to sickbay.
Yeah. Unless the Maxwell does it before, because they were here first.
You know what? You two captains can figure this out.
Well, Myth isn't a captain.
Don't want to do the simple dice thing. Odds or even.
I think it'd be polite of us to defer to the superior officer.
Oh yeah, captain. Yes.
Well, you're a commander. She's a lieutenant commander.
Yeah.
And Myth isn't there. This is Lieutenant Dorja on the plank.
Yeah.
So if the Svalinn comes in and is like, no, we're doing this, then I mean, not gonna contra to a superior officer, even if it's weird. So
yeah, that's it. Torpedoes out. Destroy the Svalinn. Whoa.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I do
spend
have
some
my,
threat to.
Yeah, chief of medical.
Spend some threat to increase that complication range. Control engineering, difficulty 4. That's going from their shuttle directly to sickbay. And complication 3 because there's weird energy signatures.
Okay, Maddox, I will assist you by giving you a determination.
Thank you, Captain.
Doesn't that go down in difficulty by 1 because advanced sensors?
Yes. Diff 3.
Yeah, let me just quickly go my challenge dice.
Oh, you're a vet.
Yep.
Ah.
All right, I will take 1 momentum for a third die.
Okay. Do you want to use that determination first?
Absolutely.
Okay. On what value?
2.
Engineering specifications or guidelines when in a pinch.
Not something you want to hear when doing an emergency beam out, but I'll accept it.
I would consider it a pinch.
This is a pinch. All right. For third die, that'll be 2 momentum. And the ship.
Svalinn.
Yep.
Sensors in.
I get both of those momentum back.
Nice. As out of the shuttle bay, out of the shuttle. Two bodies dematerialize and rematerialize in the sick bay. As Dr. Bog, you kind of had to leave in a hurry from Deep Space Erkannia, and now you're faced with 2 Starfleet officers that are injured. One of them being an angry Tellarite with a bloody nose somehow.
Oh, is he still just?
Okay.
I mean, I was going to spend 2 knots, but I was waiting for people to finish.
Spend to avoid? Yeah.
Yes.
We can do that. Pend, you are still conscious. Pend, Bog, Pend.
Alright, so, what am I looking at injury-wise here? Do I have one that's worse than the other?
You have an unconscious fleet captain.
Okay, and the other patient is conscious?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Conscious and angry.
I'm gonna look at the conscious patient and say what happened.
Something happened with the Kismet's warp. I managed to get us out on a shuttle, but I had to blind warp back into the system. You deal with the fleet captain. I need to speak to a commanding officer.
Whoa! Are you okay to go? There's no issues with you?
I have been blown up, had a ship fall on me, been irradiated to death, had psychic crystals implanted in me. I'm good to go. It's just a knock on the head.
Okay, I'm gonna point to one of my nursing staff and I said, I want you to go with him and make sure there's no complications.
Yeah, I also don't have a left leg because a ship took it.
That's not a current injury though, right?
No,
Well,
he has a
this
cybernetic.
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna send staff with him to just monitor him so he makes it okay. And then I'm gonna start treating the captain. So first thing I need to do is find out what's going on.
Okay. Reason medicine difficulty 2, assisted by ship's sensors medicine.
You said difficulty 2?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a threat for medicine here. And help me out now. That doesn't give me the 3rd dice also.
That does give you a 3rd dice.
Okay.
And a reroll.
All right. That's where I'll go with.
Gain 2 momentum. And the ship.
It senses medicine.
Yep.
You have some float there.
You have 1 float.
Okay.
As
I'd like
the
to create
port.
the advantage that I'm able to hone in on exactly what's going on here.
Before that, just your basic triage gives you the information that there is some radiation in damage, and a couple broken in ribs, and most critically, a fractured skull that it is pushing into the cervical spine and possibly causing a slow but steady buildup of cerebral spinal fluid in the skull.
Wow.
He just got hit just right that it clamped that off.
It's a basilar skull fracture of some kind then.
Yep.
Okay. And radiation also?
Yeah, just some is radiation standard? Standard gamma radiation from flying a little too close to a star.
Okay, and then just other itty bitty fractures that we deal with. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll start working on the skull fracture first. That's the most critical.
Let's see. Heal injury, lethal injury, and this injury is kind of old. And Control medicine difficulty 4, complication nation 2. One bit of that complication is this injury has been ongoing for several hours, and so you're kind of playing catch up with it. And part of the difficulty is just where it's hit in there. It's gonna be hard to get in.
Right. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and use my Starfleet Surgeon's decoration to reduce the difficulty by 1.
Okay.
And I feel like I've probably got a milestone here I can use. It's from way back when I worked on Zareg, his grievous wounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
What will that do for me?
You can spend that right now, and you'll basically get 1 dice that is already a rolled a 1, so you get a critical hit.
Okay.
To what value?
Is there a way to bring the complication down?
You do have your medical staff on board. You could use them to bring the complication down by 1.
Yes, I'm going to use them.
Okay. And what value on the determination?
On the determination, it is the drive to heal and save lives.
Absolutely. And comp 1. Alright, so we're down to difficulty 3, complication 1. And you already have 1 dice that has a nat 1 on it. Would you like to purchase any additional dice?
I'm going to go ahead and spend 1 momentum for an additional dice, if that's what I can do there.
It'll have to be 2 momentum, but
2.
we could do that.
That's fine. Yep. Alright.
Would you like... we're good.
I'm rolling with that.
All right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on a difficulty 3. You have 2 float. As
that to create an advantage that he doesn't have any mental deficits or issues from this injury.
I mean, no more than usual, but yes.
Okay.
Love you, Grennan. Oh, and he went away. You managed to decrease the swelling on that. You don't think there'll be any long-term mental effects.
Okay. I'll move on to the other injuries.
Okay. You have some broken ribs.
Radiation's probably just giving him a shot. A hypo spray with something.
Yep.
So that shouldn't even. That's probably not even a task, is it?
No, you can just. I'll just roll the rest of the healing in with the so computers and medicine. Yep, and control medicine difficulty 2, assisted by computers medicine, just to wrap up everything else.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'll go ahead and spend to get a third dice here.
With momentum or threat?
Momentum.
Nice.
Oh, no, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and activate. I'm going to go ahead and give you a threat and do both medicine.
Yep. So you get that reroll just in case. And another 2 float.
Okay. Just read an advantage that it's going to take him significantly less recovery time to actually be able to walk out of sickbay and resume his duties.
Yep. He is, kind of kept under at the moment, but you think after a couple hours he should be able to be revived out of it and be able to answer questions and resume his duties moderately.
Yeah, instead of a couple of days in sickbay, just a couple hours, kind of.
Yeah, for sure.
And this is Captain Herman Grennan.
Yep. As all of that is happening, Pend, where are you hobbling off to?
I would be heading up to the bridge to speak to the commanding officer.
Okay. At bridge, as you are notified that the transport was successful and Dr. Bog is starting a triage. A couple minutes, it's after that. Captain Pens and comes to your bridge with a frantic nurse trailing behind him, trying to get a scan on him.
Scan.
Like, hold still.
Stand still, damn it.
Who's the commanding officer?
That would be me. I am Commander Graham Collar, and you're currently on the USS Svalinn.
What system are we in?
We're currently near DSC. That's I don't know how to pronounce the system. So
the SOSHU.
Show
Yes,
skew.
SOSHU.
Yeah.
Yes, SOSHU.
Good.
Yeah.
It seems I got us back in the right system at least. Sorry for being rude and entering your bridge. I'm Captain Penn of the USS Pelpist. I was aboard the shuttle you just beamed the 2 people across.
Oh, the Cultist ship is helped us in a situation. And you on one hell of a ship.
Oh, thank you very much. If it's possible, could I ask for you to take myself and the unconscious fleet captain to DSC with the shuttle in tow?
Not a problem. I'll have it checked in and brought back.
Thank you. It should have some data from whatever the hell that interference was.
If you're not going to be blowing up the shuttle, can the plank have been doing this while all the medical stuff's happening?
Yes, you could be. You could take the shuttle all in.
Yeah.
Yeah, apologies.
I assume
Yeah.
medical stuff's all the time.
Not to mention, the shuttle is going to need some repairs, and the plank is an engineering ship.
Well,
I mean, you
But
say
technical
that,
test bed.
but
I mean, the shuttle might be gone. All
Did it?
depends.
Tractor beams are structure engineering. Oh, and I need to increase the comp because
I think I'll start moving the ship back to station.
Captain, I really must insist that this Captain Penn be escorted back to medical so we can ensure he is who he says he is.
Your doctor already gave me the go-ahead to leave. That's why the nurse is here.
he didn't give you a go ahead. He just has told me to make sure that you are fine for a go ahead.
And?
Well, you do have radiation poisoning, and you do have a fractured occipital lobe that needs to be looked at, or the eye socket, whatever that technical word is.
no, you're on the right track. Yeah.
Luckily, I've already died from radiation poisoning once, so a little bit's not too bad.
Sir, I must insist that you come back to the sick bay at least for a quick once over.
Up until the point we reach DSC, because I need to talk to the senior staff immediately.
Fine.
Captain, thank you for your time. I shall be in your med bay until we reach DSC.
Okay.
Captain, he seems very reluctant to head back to medical. Maybe we could take this at thrusters only.
Let's not anger someone who currently outranks me.
Only maybe outranks you, Captain. We don't know who he is yet.
I mean, we're still going to. Yeah. Like the look over is still gotta happen if he wants to leave without any problems.
I mean, to be fair, your security officer's quite right to be suspicious, considering a guy with a hand cannon and a Klingon sword just walked onto your bridge.
And a peg leg.
Well, cybernetic leg. But...
Oh yeah, and unless the GM thinks otherwise, Grennan probably has his non-standard laser pistol.
Yeah, you would have your standard gear air on you, and
Well, that's the thing. There's something that Grennan has that's not standard.
Didn't notice the comp 3.
It's a plot. It's a gun. It's a plot gun. He was given. It's not.
Yeah.
It's just a laser pistol.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's not.
but
That's fine.
No, I'm not. It's just they might find that off.
Yeah.
That he is carrying a very much non-standard Federation.
Well, I'm also more suspicious because we've had reports that like a Romulan ship, can't remember what the Warbirds designation is, had security clearance codes to get close to the station. So
Yeah.
I am very suspicious right now of anyone claiming to be anyone until we see
Yeah, I'm
complete evidence.
going to point at the laser pistol and say, and if you want to share it to the class? Like, we very much want an explanation of the laser pistol.
At this time, the Maxwell Planck Inc. has successfully and very carefully towed the shuttle into its shuttle bay.
All right.
But insight engineering in difficulty 2 for the Maxwell Planck to notice something.
Assisted by any ship systems?
Ship sensors engineering.
All right, sensors engineering difficulty goes down by 1.
Okay, diff 1.
Crew roll 2. Starship roll 1. All right, generate 2.
All right, generate 2 momentum.
No, you. Sorry.
Stop it. Silly cat.
There's no need to call me names.
Oh no.
Just to play a cat in a different game.
I didn't know we had any Cations on here.
All the good Cations are on the Tenchi.
Yeah, the warp core on the shuttle, as you were bringing it in, and was nicked just enough. It's about to overload.
All right. How close is about?
GM.
Yes.
Just quick question. Was that a roll to see to?
No, that wasn't wasn't the roll too.
Okay. My heart stopped. I'm okay.
I was also concerned about that. That's how long is this warp core have before it goes off, or before it rolls to go off?
2 rounds.
Okay. Engineering team to the shuttle bay. We've got a shuttle with a overloading warp core. Either get it fixed or get it out of there.
We need some music for this.
DSE to USS Svalinn. Please come in. Urgent.
Yes, DSE.
Be advised, there seems to be a warp core breach in progress aboard the Maxwell Planck, the shuttle they just brought in. They're trying to stabilize it, but I advise you get some distance.
DSE, begin moving away. I think I'll start moving out unless someone wants to into deck to see if they can assist.
So it's not actually on board their ship yet, right? It's just outside of it.
No, it is on their ship now.
It's in their bay, which is super bad.
Yeah, just as they were getting in their air bay, the core started going critical.
Time to roll a new ship.
It's not the hero ship, so it's fine. Isn't that right, man? You won't miss it at all.
Hey, I said fix it or jettison the thing, so we've got rounds.
And I don't have a quick way of drawing up a extended task, but that's kind of what we're looking at here.
All right. What kind of?
Daring engineering difficulty 3, magnitude 3, work track 12. Resistance 1.
All right. Well, the Kismet has not returned yet, so that means that I still have my chief engineer on the Maxwell Planck. But wait, shit, she's not in this game, is she?
Probably not, but
we have a god engineer for a reason.
I also have a god engineer if you want his help.
I mean, Vada would be very good at this. I can. Is there a game going on in the other?
GM,
Yes.
For 2 threat, I'd suggest spending it for a particular reason.
2 threat.
You know, she just isn't. She's on the planet right now.
Yeah. Funny how that works.
Hey, there's throw on the table. There's no sense not spending it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, that works.
No, it's a good solution.
This is why all chief engineers should have apprentices.
She does.
Backup
Crew of the
engineer.
plank.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vada's just she's AFK.
She's AFK.
Away from station.
Wouldn't it be AFT anyway?
AFS?
Uh,
Anyway.
Why did I say AFT? Away from station? Sorry, I'm okay.
Why is your
I'm just trying to figure out if the crew should do this. So there's how many intervals to do it?
Huh? You have 2 intervals for free. After that, I start rolling challenge dice.
Got it.
And if I get an infect, you get an explosion.
Cool. And the roll will take 1 or 2 intervals by default.
2 intervals by default. Oh, you can spend 1 momentum to cut that in half.
All right, cool. Just wanted to see what my resource situation was. Cool. Spend 1 for a 3rd die on the crew roll.
1
And
momentum?
then- yeah. Using the trait of Bleeding Edge Researchers to lower the difficulty by 1.
Wait, Myth, are you not rolling this yourself?
I'm not on the plank.
Oh,
Myth's
I'm
on the
in ops.
Erkannia.
But like my crew is very good. So
I would hope so. All right. So we're at diff 2 with that trait.
Yep. Rolling crew task. All right, rolling Starship Assist.
All right.
We got it. And
Gain
generate 1
1
back.
Generate 1 back, and then roll me some challenge dice.
Yeah.
2 plus the discipline.
2 plus discipline. All right, so 6. They have a discipline 4. Crew. They're very good at what they do. Rolling 6.
You could say they're quite disciplined.
Yeah. Spend 1 to re-roll the 2.
Talented even.
Yeah.
But not exceptional.
Well, 11 and 4 was exceptional. Or can you get it up to 12 and 5?
Can you get it up to 12 and 5?
Possible.
I don't know why I re-rolled only 1. You're rolling the second one. There we
All
go.
right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's at least enough for 1 breakthrough. So we have 7 more.
Might spend 1 to get 6 and 1 to cut the time.
I was just going to spend 1 to cut the time because we already have the breakthrough.
Oh wait, there's resistance 1. So you have.
Oh, there is resistance 1?
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought you said resistance 2. Alright, cool. Then yeah, spend 1 for an extra work then.
All right. So that brings it to Mag 2, Diff 2, Work 7, just 1. Daring
No, I
Ig,
was
but that
rolling-
doesn't matter.
It depends if the lowering difficulty from the trait will keep going. So it's
It will
plus 3.
base. Yeah, as base Ace 2, but with the trait, it brings a diff 1.
Cool. Spend 1 for an extra die on the crew roll.
All right.
3. And Starship Assist. All right, generate 2 off that. Momentum. Rolling 6 challenge dice. 2, 4, 6.
Nice.
7, 8. I believe that fills out the work track.
That.
Yeah.
Or it comes
Yep.
close.
That fills up the work track.
We will have
So-
to spend 1 in order for there to not be
That's 5 plus Philip. 5 or more plus Philip the word track that defeats all the magnitudes.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to spend 1 to cut the time in half again.
Because otherwise it would be 3.
Otherwise it'd be 3 rounds.
You'd have to spend 1, yeah, because you'd be doing it'd be a total of 3 intervals, and that would trigger your roll off.
So yeah, spend 1 for.
Okay, very, very quickly, the Maxwell Planck crew gets to work. They very daringly use their engineering skills, and they manage to stabilize the warp core without jettisoning it, and the computer it had. So you still have access to any computer files left on the shuttle, and that
crew
crisis
is well trained.
Your crew is well trained. That crisis has been averted.
Yes.
DSE to USS Svalinn. Deep Space Erkannia to USS Svalinn.
Calder. Calder, Maddox.
Go ahead.
Anyone?
Be advised, Maxwell Planck seems to have stabilized the warp core breach. Situation normal. How are things on your end? I didn't have a chance to ask.
Doing fine. Fine. Both. Give me a sec. Both Penn and Grennan are stable, and we are resuming our course back to the station.
You have clearance to same docking pylon. Do they require long-term medical assistance, or do you have them stable?
Grennan is still unconscious, but Penn is conscious.
Unfortunately.
Yes, and was a tad bit rowdy and listening to who's in there.
Checks out. Well, we'll leave them to your medical staff, your medical's discretion for the time being. If you have any need of our sick bay, we'll have one of the wards left open for you.
Yeah. Also, so Penn, we requested at to enter DSE as soon as we are docked. Thought you would like to know that.
Is Commander Penn? Is Captain Penn or Fleet Captain or the Fleet Captain present at the moment in the where you are?
Both are in sickbay at this moment.
I could patch you to Penn right now.
No. I would request that your doctor perform a quantum signature scan. Given the Tholian incident, we've heightened our security clearances, and since you already have them, it won't seem weird for your doctor to take an extra little scan. Hopefully I'm just being paranoid, but paranoia seems to be healthy in this bit of space.
Yeah, I'll ping Bog.
Dr. Bog, you are so pinged.
Dr. Bog went AFK. I haven't seen him come back.
I mean, Mirror Grennan is hella dead, but
That's what he wants you to
I'm-
think. Shh.
I'm going to assume, unless I spend all this as threats, that these are the normal universe Erspend and Grennan.
What do you think?
You better hope so.
Or maybe there has to be a task. Uh-oh.
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 You know what,
Messages are about to be sent.
Messages
Yeah,
are
I'm
about to be
going
sent.
to-
We're in danger.
While we're at it,
it doesn't matter here. I'm gonna use a coup point to activate Carval Vezak.
okay.
What skill would it be to scan them?
Control medicine, and you call how deep you want to go. Do you just want to do like a light scan with a tricorder, or do you want to, put him in an MRI next to the warp core and scan every a quantum filament?
Let's do the latter. 'Cause I don't-
You want to do a diff 5? Yeah, on a scale of 1 to 5, how deep do you want to go?
Let's go. 3. They have a focus of radiobiology. That'll work.
Radiobiology, yes, but one moment.
I'm gonna guess +1 comp.
Okay.
Oh, Bog good came back. Okay, to give a quick step back to him.
Yep. Go ahead and give a sit rep.
We're asked to do a quantum scan on both the of our patients in medbay as a precaution because of the whole full Svalinn incident that happened.
Okay.
It's going to be a controlled medicine check.
And how deep do you want to go on a scale of 1 to 5? 1 being a tricorder scan, 5 being in a 6-hour or long ride in a MRI.
We're doing a quantum scan because we're afraid they're from your universe. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, I've already got experience with this, so that should make finding this easier right out of the gate, and I ought to be able to do it with a fairly brief scan.
Also, don't we have the straight up blood test?
Yeah, we did the blood test too. That's right. I'll run the blood test.
All right. Yeah, that'll be difficulty E2. Not too crazy, but a good 15-minute test. Assisted by sensors medicine, that brings it down to difficulty 1.
I hope Penn doesn't. I hope Penn isn't afraid of needles.
On the grand scheme of things, I don't think needles are on that list.
I was gonna say, it doesn't seem in keeping.
Okay. I'll go ahead and use my technical expertise on here also, just in case I have to.
Okay.
My biology, xenobiology should give me a focus. And momentum for an extra dice.
1 momentum for an extra dice. And we have technical expertise. Three momentum generated, and you are going to be receiving a message on Discord.
I believe it may say, you are scanned an angry Tellarite captain.
You may ask additional questions ends with momentum.
Do I recognize what one it might be from? Okay, well that's comforting to some extent. It's Captain Penn, right? Is it Penn?
Correct, yes.
Captain Penn, I'd like for you to lay back and relax for a moment. I'm going to do some additional scans here. I'm getting some artifact. It may be from the residual radiation in your system. I'd like to give it a minute so I can rerun my scan. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to my office and contact the captain.
You may do so.
Yes, Doctor?
Captain, I'd like for you and Mr. Knight to come to sickbay, please.
Aye. I tell Knight to follow me.
Also, are you still doing the let's take as long as possible to get to Deep Space Erkannia?
I assume they must be.
Like the plank's probably already docked and pulled ahead of them.
As we're walking along the corridor, I spot two other security people there, and I point at them and follow me.
Yep, you have your security team with you.
Oh, that is a terrible idea. Like, legitimately, that is a horrifyingly bad idea.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine,
but yeah, Calder and Maldon, how long are we taking to dock? Are we doing standard speed, or I thought there was something about delaying or docking?
I did think standard speed because the medical checkup up is our delay.
Okay.
Aw. Just do sprints around Shosku Prime. It's fine. That won't look suspicious at all.
Okay, so I think I'll say while we're at the door, maybe keep these two at a site and not spook them.
It was to just station them at the door. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Doctor, for that. Control medicine. To set up that at advantage, control medicine, difficulty 2, assisted by structure medicine.
Can I just spend 2 threat and have it done?
Or 2 momentum.
Or 2 momentum? I'll spend the 2 momentum to get it done.
Okay. 2 momentum as that advantage is set up.
Okay. I will have gone back in after calling them down, so I'm assuming it's going to take them a little bit of time to get to the sick bay, and I'm going to start working on my secondary scan.
All right. On a scale of 1 to 5, how deep of a scan are you doing? Any hits on this will give you additional information.
Oh, I think I want to do makes sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do it a level 5.
Whoops. I don't like the whisper system in Discord. All right, so 5.
Oh.
Actually, that could work. We could do Pens can do insight medicine, and Dr. Bog can do either presence or control medicine and opposed.
Would you allow the change of discipline to security? Because I was thinking using the focus of former operative, because this seems off. But something seems off at the very least.
No, this just was a thorough medical scan, dude.
I don't believe you.
Okay, yes, you can switch to security. The idea of being aware of hazards and of suspicious situations.
Okay, so what am I rolling then? I'm rolling my control medicine?
Control or presence medicine. And you're rolling against Commander Penn, and we're trying to see who gets the high roll. However, both of you still use momentum.
For now. Sorry.
Well,
I'm not helping, I know.
I'll buy an extra dice for the momentum, sure.
All right.
I'll buy one with threat.
Okay.
And I'm going to use a value here.
Which value?
Improvisation under pressure.
That definitely applies here. Corbinian, stop laughing.
No, keep laughing. I like the atmosphere it creates.
You need a second momentum spend.
Yeah, because it's a determination.
I'll do the same with threat. I'll actually spend the value of I am the calm in the storm. Or when shit goes wrong.
What's the rest of that value?
Figure it out.
No, that is the full value. He isn't being smart with you.
Oh my goodness.
Well, if you look at my sheet, look at the top value.
I like that response so much.
That got to me. I was like, aren't you gonna? I don't understand why you do that to the DM, but okay.
How are you going to figure it out? No, that's the value.
Like legitimately,
God damn it.
I will post my values in chat.
God damn you. Yes, that would work.
Oh, that's hilarious.
+2 hits on Penned.
I think that's a
that
threat spend as well, because
yeah, it was.
Oh god.
Scrambled eggs.
Oh.
Fuck it, I'm Penned.
And I'm got a reroll.
Yeah. And oh no. Oh, pen.
Dr. Bog wins by I1.
Not yet, he does. I have milestones.
Oh no.
One that applies with this?
Corbinian, you have to vouch for his milestones, but go ahead.
Yeah. I'm not sure which one he's going to call on, though. Seen through a medical scan?
The one I used for helping mirror efforts, that was specifically for a medical scan, but I would know that it's not a normal scan that I'm currently having.
Oh, it's at least minute.
No, I've not transferred them across yet.
It is actually a normal scan.
That's going to be the funny bit. Yeah, if you want to spend that, I thought you'd spent that one already, but if you still have it, that episode's milestone would apply because she did do medical scans and stuff to you, other than just torture you. So
yeah, I'll spend for it.
Other than just torture you.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a rough episode.
So now it's a tie.
No kidding.
Now it's a tie.
It's the worst kind of tie. 'Cause even strictly by letter of the book, it's a dead heat because you both have the exact amount of resources spent. Well,
I mean, Bog does have a advantage.
That's right.
Invoke the medical staff.
team.
Would you invoke the medical staff on this, Dr. Bog?
Yeah.
To run interference and somewhat?
Yeah.
Okay.
GG.
Oh, I'll let it lie.
Yeah. According to all your training and everything you think of Pand, this seems excessive, but it seems real.
Okay.
At that point, Commander Calder, Knight, and a security team can show up.
All right. When they come in, I greet them, and I say, Commander Penn, I apologize for having to subject you to this, but I have some concerns. Your resonance is off from our universe. Now, that is concerning to me, obviously, because we've seen this before with the mirror universe. Now, you're not resonating at that, but you are resonating different. And that concerns me, and I don't know necessarily yet what that means. And that's why I've invited the captain and my chief of security here. Again, I apologize for subjecting you to this, but we need to figure out what's going on with it.
Well, go ahead and get your scan done.
All right, I'm gonna run the deep scan then.
I'll lower the difficulty in this, because you have been at it for a while.
Hmm. Oh.
Do. Since this is a quantum thing, and you could ask L for support on this for his insight.
Okay.
That would be a thing that would cross over.
He's Ensign L, right? Ensign L from Sick Bay.
Ensign L here.
Please report to Sick Bay. I'm in need of your expertise.
On my way.
Can you use 2 talents in one role?
If they both apply.
If they both apply, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like you'll often have things that are like, because I looked at your sheet, you have like the whole bold. You have like the whole bold medicine thing, and
Yeah, I want to use technical expertise along with bold here on this roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah.
Okay. You're asking because like, if you have 2 talents that let you reroll dice. Yeah.
Yeah.
It effectively
No,
means
I'm
you get-
asking because I'm still kind of new to the rules and I didn't know if it was limited to just 1 talent roll.
Yeah.
Nope, you can use both. And basically, if you spend in a threat and the roll happens to use the computers or sensors, you would have 2 rerolls in your pocket. So you can use. So if you get 2 zeros, you can reroll 1 with bold, and then you can reroll the other one with technical expertise.
Okay.
So that's how they stack.
Gotcha.
New to the game, already min-maxing. I see how it is. No.
Whoa, wait. How do you have 6 talents?
Arcs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, some ships get arcs.
We get arcs too. Just it takes a bit. We have long arcs.
I'm slightly more generous.
Oh, I see how it is.
Okay, so he's already rolled. Okay.
L, you can roll control science. Since you're coming at it from a science angle.
That roll still wouldn't make it with science.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
that's a
19.
That's a 19, bud.
Okay, never mind. I'm trying to help.
All right. So, let's see here. So I'll use bold, medicine, and then my technical expertise here.
Yep.
And let's see what with. I'll re-roll that 1. It's a diff 3, right?
Yep.
Boom.
And then the ship with sensors medicine.
Somebody got that?
Oh, doesn't that lower the difficulty then if it's sensors?
Yes, it would, but I still need the dice. Oh, goodness. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on a difficulty 2. So that's 4 momentum generated. Between the 2 of you sussing through the quantum information underneath the radiation and damage, you come to find out that these people are not that far off from your quantum realm based on the quantum drift. You think that they are approximately 30 days off of our timeline. So either their timeline forked 30 days ago and they just jumped over, or they've skipped 30 days, or they've come back 30 days. It's hard to tell what direction they came from, but that's about the numeral we're working with. About a month off.
I've got. Do I have some float, or do I have float?
You generate 4 momentum off that.
Okay. Can I spend 2 momentum to pin it down exactly where they're what rage?
What direction they
backward, or
came
whatever?
from? Yep. And Corbinian, you're gonna have to help me on this timeline here because we're ad-libbing this. They basically skipped 1 month of time, correct?
Yep.
And move. Yeah, they skipped 1 month of time and they move laterally.
So they're 30 days younger than they should be, but their signature is also out of sync.
Okay, but they're originally from our universe. It's just they've slipstreamed through time.
No, they're both slipstreamed and from another reality.
Oh, so they are not from ours.
They're from another timeline, and the junction point is about 30 days ago, and they have jumped ahead 30 days.
Okay.
So they're 30 days younger than it should be, and their timeline has split and has been propagating out for about 30, maybe 35 days.
Okay.
So
Well,
they
I'm
don't quite match us, but
Okay,
they're
you
a lot closer.
The advantage I created, correct, GM?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna lay this on Captain Penn and see how he responds.
Okay. Hey, that advantage and it snaps into place. Pen, you are.
No,
are...
I'm not going to use it yet. I want to see how he responds first.
Okay. Okay.
Captain Penn, you appear to not be from our universe, according to my scans here, and you're also out of time with sync. Can you explain that? And I'll kind of show the pad to him in the data.
So it says about 30 days?
Correct. And you are also not from our universe.
Well, about 30 days ago is when we kind of lost consciousness and we got separated from the Kismet. That's when we had to do the blind jump.
Okay. And it was just you and your captain?
Yes. Like I said, I don't know where the Kismet is this second. But I know I managed to get the captain onto the shuttle and, well...
That's about all you remember, huh?
Here. Yeah. Like I said, it's something's missing, but a different universe seems a stretch. I thought we were just unconscious or going in and out.
Okay. Well, I'd like to keep you here, obviously, to continue to run some tests and see if we get sciences down here to kind of help with this. So we're sort of moving out of my realm of expertise. If you remember anything, please, share it with me. Other than that, I'll turn to the captain and say, Captain, we're gonna definitely need to get sciences down here to help figure out what we need to do here to either get these men back to their proper time or universe, or how we're going to handle them going forward.
If possible, Doctor and Commander, could you put me through to Lieutenant Wright and Lieutenant Commander Smith and Wright? I may be able to help with this situation. I can stay under guard.
Yeah, it's up to Captain, but I see no reason why I shouldn't allow it.
I mean, technically, until 30 days ago when something happened, I was still their commanding officer. A version of their commanding officer.
That's up, yeah, so that's to you, Captain Calder.
Could you say that again?
So yeah, I'm asking permission whilst being under guard if we can contact the Lieutenant Commander Smith and Wright on the station to maybe help with the situation.
That seems reasonable.
Okay, with that, you can get a secure communication to Wright and Myth, if Captain Penned.
Penned to the Erkannia.
Erkannia here, go ahead.
Is this a secure line?
Wright looks over to make sure.
It's standard security E-code. If you want to encode it, we can make a roll or spend 2 momentum.
Lieutenant Commander Penn, would you do the honors, please? I just want to make sure it's as secure as we can make it.
If security is the concern, boarding the station might be more beneficial than encoding a communication, given your proximity.
I'll look over to Calder and the security team. Would you allow me escort?
I am less concerned about you now, So as long as Captain's okay for you to disembark, I will send a security team with you. My check.
No, I heard. I was just.
Yep.
In which case, yes, I will send a security team with you.
Understood. Thank you. Lieutenant Commanders, secure a room. I'll be discuss what's coming up in person.
Very well. We'll see you in Diplo Suite 3 then.
Understood. Bend out. And
Captain Calder, did you want me to, myself and Ensign L to go with Captain N to continue treatment, or are we going to transfer care to ESE?
I mean, I imagine we'll be back in a meeting room like we did early on, but now this time you'll be with us. That's what I imagine going on. Am I correct, Ben?
It's possible, or unless you do want to keep scanning Grennan. Depends on what you want to do.
It's true. We can work on the problem from this end with what's his name? Grennan.
Yeah.
At this point, we could revive Grennan to consciousness, so he can actually roleplay instead of being played by mannequin.
Yeah, we should do that. I break open the smelling salts. You don't need a check. Just wake up.
Yeah, he can be safely revived at this point.
Head.
Easy, Captain. You've had quite an injury.
Yeah. Have not had a headache like this in 2 weeks. And before that, it was Ryza.
Captain, we've got a lot to talk about in not a lot of time, so as soon as you're up, we're heading to the station.
Okay.
Can I give him a hypo spray to kind of help him with the sort of the headache hangover, so to speak?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Not even gonna charge for that.
Let me give you something here to help.
That helps. And okay, now that the room is no longer spinning, where am I? It's full of whiskey.
You're on the Svalinn. I am Dr. Bogg, Chief Medical Officer, and there's a lot to catch up with here. I'd say we'll do that while we're headed to DSE. Bring him up to speed en route.
We're on our way to DSE?
No, we're there.
Oh, where's the Kismet?
We'll discuss en route, Captain.
Kismet is over there, and up there.
No, we already had that episode.
Yeah, we did.
Grennan just sort of stands up, again rubs his forehead. Okay, alright. Let's do this.
I will say that this while leaving, you do see a Beta Z and a Gorin guarding the door.
Is not as surprised about the Betazoid. I assume is that the woman.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Doesn't react too much at the Betazoid, but it sort of slowly blinks a couple times at the Gorn, rubs his eye to make sure he's not to make sure that he is not seeing things, because man, he took He took a real hard hit to the head.
I think I'll simply say culture exchange program.
Oh, great. Like in the sort of way that like indicates that he only like is sort of half listening. Like, oh, that's great, but also, oh, like I am still really at it.
Yes, staring at the dinosaur man.
Okay.
Zogar just kind of flexes intimidatingly. You can hear the leathery skin and rub against each other and crack.
Okay, so what brings you all out this way?
We came here ordered by Admiral Naya to assist with the tall grass.
Right. Yep. Okay, she told me you guys were coming. Sorry, just lot going on.
We can walk and talk, captains. Let's
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, you can and walk and talk. Is there any particular route you want to go through, or are you just taking the most direct route?
I'll take the most direct route.
Yes, we'll take the most direct route with the turbo lift.
Excellent. As you're crossing the promenade, Captain Calder, or you hear from behind you, Svalinn! Woo! And you turn around, and there's a clutch of Klingon warriors coming towards you. One of them looks to be Captain Jatak.
Yes. Jatak, you need something?
Yes, indeed. As he comes, scoops you up into a bear hug. Opposed during security.
Bloody Klingons.
You're battle buddies. He's very happy to see you. Very, very happy.
Just choking on my coffee, don't mind me.
Man, we've really been making Corvinian loot today.
I'm just choking on my coffee, it's fine.
Okay, combat tactics work?
You're using combat tactics to avoid a grapple, yes.
Combat tactics, I hug them.
I mean, a hug is just a consensual grapple.
I'm going to spend a momentum.
Okay. This is a pose. I'm spending a threat to match. I also have a focus in hand-to-hand combat or morale.
Morale. I am partying, damn it.
Oh god, this is just like.
Do you have a reroll?
Oh, even with a.
No, this is the equivalent of the Vulcan hugging Magnus in text to speech. Just
rip.
Do you have a reroll? Or any?
I don't have a reroll.
Okay. As 2 versus 5, so that is 3 threat. As come on.
Thank God he doesn't have vicious.
Could you imagine a vicious hug?
Martial art hug.
No, he does not have martial arts.
Oh, sorry, mean red hook. I'm wrong.
Although that is enough to crack a rib.
Bloody injured.
As, oh, God, I'm happy to see you too. Yep, that's a cracked rib.
Can everyone hear the crack?
Everyone nearby you hears a crack. And he drops you on the ground, claps you on the shoulder. Ha! Glorious battle! That was amazing. That was as glorious and honorable how you stood up against that ship. Reminds me of the good old days.
Yes.
Please, A's, I must take you out for our drinks. You and your entire senior staff. We must celebrate.
What if I could, but I can only dealing with some important duties. Maybe later.
Knight will be very excited at this. And will walk up to the captain, put his hand on his shoulder, and I will join you for a drink at whatever establishment this station has in honor of our victory.
Yes,
in honor of our victory, for our past successes and our continued successes in combat. I look forward to your accompanying us at whatever time you designate.
Wow, a patient Klingon.
I think Knight just offered to join them and take my place.
Yeah, I'll go now. Let's just get them out of the way.
Oh, you're gonna go screen for him? Okay.
I don't know what that is, but let's go. Yes.
Presence command or security difficulty 2.
I guess I'll give you a threat for an extra dice. Glad I did that. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that go. What you got for me, Jim?
Oh God.
I mean, don't you have bold?
Good point. I guess I can reroll one of them.
You can reroll one.
That's success, but a complication.
That's a success at a complication. I mean, if you are busy, commander, I understand, and the battles must be prepared for are at all times. However, Lieutenant Knight, I will be honored to start the celebrations with you if you are. With you and your staff if you are not needed.
Captain, am I needed?
It's up to you if you want to join us or not.
I think I will go and keep our new Klingon friends happy.
All right.
Yes.
Not really a complication, so 2 threat.
Yeah, just don't have too much fun.
As they pick you up on your shoulders and on their shoulders and start carrying you through the promenade, singing a loud, glorious Klingon song.
I will mouth along with the words without actually saying anything.
Okay, I'll turn around, cough up some blood, and just say, "Okay, let's get going."
I managed to crack your ribs walking from one side of the promenade to another. Yes, you do make it to the diplomatic room without any other frat boys coming up.
The brave warriors of the keg do not dismiss them lightly.
That was kind of how I was basing them on. Just like,
Good.
hey, we're football players and we just had a successful game. Let's get drunk.
I mean, yeah.
That's Klingons for you, really.
That's Klingons for you.
If I call Bug is with me.
Bog is with you, and Bog, you did hear that crack.
All right, as we get moving away, I'll come up, kind of say, we'll take a look at this when we get to the conference room, Captain.
That's good.
The commander's just limping along.
It's just a little internal
Love
bleed.
it.
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, the way the blood's all on the inside.
That's where it's supposed to be.
Bad. Gotta love that Brooklyn Nine-Nine scene.
Once you get to the diplomacy room, everyone can be in the same room together. And yeah, Dr. Bog, control meds and difficulty 2 to fix the broken ribs.
Oh, I'm not there with.
No, you're not. Yeah.
Emergency medicine should be a good focus here. And
Yes.
I'm going to use my field medicine talent. When attempting the medical task, you may ignore any increase in difficulty for working without the proper tools and equipment.
Yep. That was part of that difficulty. So, diff 1.
And I'll go ahead and spend a momentum to get my third dice on it. Okay.
Also, if I call, you do have a talent that allows you to heal 2 chests instead of 1 when you spend momentum.
Oh, you actually have stress damage, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
This is-
But at least I won't die if the GM spends 10 to get.
Combat medic. The character's ability in field medicine battle. Whenever the character attempts a first aid task, they may spend and cause the recipient to gain points of stress equal to the character.
Pardon me,
Medicine
sorry.
discipline.
Oh,
Character may-
That was the first aid task. But you have to
Spend
spend
presence instead of
1
mind.
momentum and to. Yeah, you spend 1 momentum and you can
I
heal
did.
them for 5.
Yeah.
But
Wow,
Alright.
he heals all my damage.
that'll be nice. Well,
What did I do wrong there? So I make sure I get that right next time.
in order to activate that talent, you have to spend momentum after the roll, but we can use threat at this time.
Well, I mean.
So 1 threat to heal the 5
got-
stress.
He got a floating success because he made a difficulty 1 because of.
Oh, that is right.
Aha.
Aha. Okay, so you spend that floating momentum to heal him for 5. You have no injuries and no stress as your rib pops back into place. And you can now breathe again.
I don't think that's how ribs work, but I'm fine with it. It's the 24th century.
You can actually dislocate a rib.
That sounds like
Disturbing.
that hurts a lot.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
Ugh.
But yeah, Wright and Myth are in the lounge, and you see these guys come in, and suddenly the doctor is performing first aid on Commander Calder.
Is everything all right?
That was a Klingon.
It's fine. Just the Klingon squeezed a bit too hard in a hug.
I see.
Yeah, don't mess with a Klingon's food strength.
Lieutenant Commander Wright or Myth, I need you to put the room into a security lockdown.
Very well. And Myth steps over to like a side panel and starts doing that.
Did Zogar and Daiba follow you and your questionable old people?
I would hope the heck so. I don't want to be left in here with them.
Okay.
Whoops, 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 whoops.
Calder, where would they be stationed?
Airlock.
Yeah, wherever they seem where they are good.
Okay.
Their abilities.
So would they be inside the room or like just outside?
There's plenty of room in a diplomatic suite. They're meant to be roomy and and lots of comfortable space for everyone. So
It just kind of depends on if they're going to be like in the room with you and privy to this information, or if they're going to be like just outside.
Yeah, the diplomatic suites are a lot like one of those where you could like host a large party.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of room. It's just, I'm questioning on if they're inside the room or not.
Do they have clearance for this conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, they have clearance for this conversation.
Yeah, my bridge crew has clearance.
They're not bridge crew, right?
No.
At least.
Yeah, Daiba and Zogar would not be privy to that initially unless you give them permission.
Yeah, those two will just stay outside because they're not bridge crew.
Okay, they are just outside the door.
And that's how they got murdered.
Just another brand of roving Klingons come to make their party grow.
I believe we're all.
Continue. Sorry.
I believe we're all assembled then.
Okay. So first things first, due to the Doctor of the Svalin's preliminary scans, myself and Grennan are from an alternate universe from 30 days ago. So let's get that out of the way.
As in the divergent timeline originated 30 days ago, or as in you are both from a different temporal location and a different quantum signature?
A different split. So we are from 30 days ago, but an alternating path.
Understood.
I hate time travel.
Well, actually, it's quantum slipstream temporal dislocation, technically speaking. Oh, sorry.
I hate time travel. Says the character whose player loves time travel.
So
I thought it was multiverse theory.
So officially, I am not your captain, and Grennan is not your fleet captain. But we can at least inform you of the things we remember and offer suggestions of what to come next. Is that all agreeable to all those in the room?
Yeah.
So, the last thing I remember, the captain can confirm or deny, was we were walking into the Senate Hall on Woodra. Then, all of a sudden, I remember we were warping away in the shuttle, in the Kismet, into a low orbit of a star, to which we then had to blind warp into this system, apparently, which is good luck. And that was 30 days ago. I have no idea where the Kismet or Dr. Efrix are. Or your Kismet and Efrix are.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Kismet would have been just arriving at Udra 30 days ago in our timeline, correct?
No, that's when we were setting off back.
Yeah, 30 days ago they were having that meeting with the at the Senate, and then that would take maybe a little bit.
So traveling to the station would normally take 2 weeks, and that's why they're 2 weeks late.
Well, the 2 weeks were like tying up. On our end was the assumption that there was some tying up of loose ends over there. That's
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because the
Kismet can cross a sector in like a couple days.
Yeah, that's why I was a little confused. All right, cool. That's good.
Although that does raise a question. That does raise a certain problem. What shuttle was recovered, by the way?
The Maxwell Planck. Hold on, allow me to get that report. This indicates it's the Byron.
It's a Type 9. Correct me if I'm wrong. Type 9s top out on a good day at like warp 7. It would have taken them, even if they jumped from the edge of the sector, it would have still taken them more than a month to get here.
Correct. If they transitioned here via normal warp means, they should not have arrived yet.
Well, that's what I mean. The last thing I remember before waking up in system was blind warping away from too close to a star.
And you do not recall what prompted you to depart the Kismet?
No. Myself, no. Captain Grennan?
Yeah, I got nothing. Wait.
Doctor.
Our warp out. The second one. Where you said we were at a star?
Yeah, we warped too close to a star, so I had to do a blind warp, which apparently got us here.
That might be it. There's a theory, right? It's been done before, a number of times.
A gravitational slingshot.
The slingshot maneuver. Is it possible that if we did it wrong, we might end up with the effects that we've seen?
Right, just kind of looks around the room, obviously out of her depth at that with that question.
The gravitational acceleration provided by such a maneuver might allow for the use of time travel. However, it does not explain immediately how you would transition between different quantum realities. I would need to further analyze the available data to come up with any more of a distinct hypothesis.
Well, I was going to recommend that if they would get a few different teams working on the shuttle to try and glean what the hell happened or when it happened.
Certainly. On top of that, there is the ongoing investigation as to where our Kismet and crew are, as they have not reported in for 2 weeks.
The problem is, I don't know why either of us would have just walked away.
Yes, the Lieutenant Commander and I were speaking about how that course of action seemed out of character.
So
just a quick
maybe
question out of character here. Would I know the scans that I took in conjunction with some basically quantum science added to it might be able to correlate whether or not the near star thing is the cause here? If I gave that data to the science team?
If you were to give that quantum signature data to the science team, that would help collaborate that story.
Okay.
But yeah, that's temporal mechanics. That wasn't covered in Starfleet Medical Academy.
Yeah. I'll basically have my pad transfer. I assume they've got like a conference table.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'll set my pad down and have it transfer to the center console for everybody to see. I'll say, here's the data that I've gathered from the scans I took in medbay from 2. And would this help you in determination as to what potentially went wrong with the warp and your star? The warp was close to the star.
I believe so.
I think I'm gonna look at it and say, do you have any idea how you could assist them with this, Ensign?
Ensign L.
Is muted.
Oh, what's the question?
Do you any chance you could assist them, Ensign?
Absolutely.
I believe an investigation into the computer core and structural systems of the shuttlecraft will be a appropriate place to start this investigation.
I wouldn't mind assisting. I have a good understanding of what makes ships work. But as it stands, until you can corroborate if that maneuver we pulled is the issue, you're the acting lead of Tiger Squadron.
Indeed.
Might I suggest that we bring in Lieutenant Commander Maddox and Lieutenant Maldon? Maldon can possibly go over your basically your navigation logs, see if there's anything gleaned from that, and Maddox can work to check over the core and the other instrumentation to see if there's any hints as to what has happened here.
Well, there's probably a few of us can do different things on the ship at the same time, so
Yep.
that shouldn't be an issue.
And at this time, we can start the scientific method. Basically, it looks like there's 2 questions going on. One about the quantum mechanics and temporal mechanics. Another one looking at the shuttle itself. So we can split into 2 teams. Each team will have 1 leader and will bounce back and forth at each step.
Well, I'll take lead of the temporal team, I think.
I'll go on the Starship team, but I don't know who wants to be lead.
I'm betting the Starship thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm thinking one's going to be a science focus and the other is going to be an engineering focus or con focus.
So maybe split that into 2 teams.
Well, I say con because if you guys have a flight controller, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah. So your flight control, if it's something to do with engines, the flight controller just uses their con for an engineering role because that's their superpower.
Yeah.
L, which one do you want to be on, the temporal team or the shuttle team?
Let's go temporal.
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay.
Right will fill in whichever one has the least amount of people on it because she can help, but she has no focuses in this area. This is outside of her depth, but she has high enough disciplines she can be of assistance.
All right, Penn's gonna help on the
temporal mechanics.
Penn's gonna help on the shuttle team.
Yeah, I'll be on shuttle team. Like, if no one wants to lead, I will, but we've just got to wait to decide who's on what team.
Okay. Maddox. X shuttle team as well.
Aye.
All right, so we have 2 on the temporal team, and I have 3 on the shuttle team. Calder, Bog, or Grennan.
What am I doing?
Joining one of 2 scientific tasks.
I mean, I'm because the options are con or science.
Or,
Yep.
or engineering, probably.
I mean, we could pull we could pull Svalinn a support crew.
'Cause-
To-
Well, if it's con, then I'm gonna do con. Otherwise, it doesn't matter because my engineering and my science are 2.
Choose enough to be of assistance.
No, I'm aware, but it's
Oh.
because they are the same. There is no.
I'd say let's pull you onto the temporal method one because Grennan hates time travel.
Okay, and with the that I'll
I would like to be on the team that is flirt with cute Betazoid officer.
Jeez.
Oh God, Grennan, no.
I will also I will send in left to assist with the shuttle team. I will control him.
That works.
And boy, we could. You know what? Yeah, let's go.
And Daiba has been assigned to watch over Captain in Grennan, because, you know, just in case.
I mean, why do you want that? You're just gonna get shot down.
Because Grennan must suffer.
It's
Wow.
funny. Yeah.
Guns flying too close.
This is my life, guys. Like, this is.
All right. Anyone else?
Oh wait.
All right. Anyone else gonna step into this?
I'll assist if I can.
You
Science?
could you control Patterson if you want.
Oh, okay.
You do have that science crew.
Yep. And this would be the time to use support crew. Calder, and then right. All right. That's a list. Let's see if this looks cleaner in Discord. Temporal L team. We have Myth, L, Grennan, Daiba, and Patterson. And on the shuttle team, we have Maddox, Maldon, Penn, left, and right. And by rank. Yes, Corbinian?
No, I was agreeing with you. Don't mind me.
Okay. By rank, Myth would be lead of the temporal team, and by rank, Maddox would be lead of the shuttle team, unless Maldon wants to take point.
Not particularly.
Okay.
Oh, right, because he's not technically a captain in this. That's right. I get it.
Yeah, I just specifically said that Myth is in charge of Tiger Squadron.
It's like, oh yeah, right.
Okay.
Second time she's been in charge of Tiger Squadron due to this precise kind of problem.
All right. So for temporal team, I need 3 to 5 focuses. They don't have to be on your sheet, but it is helpful if it is on your sheet. and we're just gonna put them in a hat, and once you hand over the hat, I'll say yes or no. Oh, these are helpful.
Yep.
All right, so what focuses are we throwing in? And any player can help.
Yeah. I think temporal mechanics is a good shoe-in.
Maybe
as well as
astrophysics?
field theory. Astrophysics could be good, yeah.
In case it's just a random spatial anomaly that they hit.
Yeah. I think unified field theory should cover a spatial anomaly. What about Elle? What focuses do you have? Like, it doesn't have to be one that we have. But...
hold on one second.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna crack open
So
science.
I have orb theory, subspace theory, computers, sensor operation, and athletics.
All right. I think the only one of there that seems potentially useful would be subspace theory.
Let me look at the sciences division and see what's there.
I know that unified field theory encompasses quantum mechanics in the 24th century. They've managed to unify quantum mechanics and classical mechanics. Cool. I wish they'd tell us how they did it. Having taken quantum mechanics, I wish they'd tell us how they did it.
Subspace theory?
Yeah, I think subspace theory. That's 3.
That's like it. That's really it.
Yeah, so right now we've got these 3. Temporal mechanics, unified field theory, and subspace. I don't know why I did put subspace theory, just subspace as a focus. Change that. Subspace theory. If anyone's got another one?
Astrophysics?
Yeah. I think 4 is good. It's going with 5 is a little bit too unfocused. So let's go with those 4.
All right. Those. What is with that? Okay. Those
a weird
4,
breakup.
that is a weird breakup. Those
Yeah.
4 are focuses: temporal mechanics, unified field theory, subspace theory, and astrophysics. Myth, is that your final answer?
Let's go with that.
Lock it in. Yes, one of these focuses does apply.
Yeah.
I
Assume so.
say we tackle temporal mechanics first.
I'd agree.
Agree with temporal mechanics.
Yeah.
Get ready to make some reasoned science rolls.
Yup.
Let's do.
If I could get my own task on that roll, I think I could do you proud.
We'll have one person do the main role, and then everyone else on the team with 2 or more or in science can and assist.
Yeah.
Or
I'll
you
be
can just-
reading this roll because I have in the nick of time, which I think works for this.
Yes.
I think I can up that with some stuff I can do. Like I'm not kidding. I could really pull in a lot of successes.
Could you say the talent? To...
Let's put it this way. I got a medal I can use.
Oh yeah, if they got that medal.
I think we definitely want to break more than 5 successes on the first go. Let me lead.
What's your medal read?
Because you probably because.
The medal is Starcraft. Once per mission can double focus range on a task.
Yeah, I also have that one.
But that can still help with it, even with an assist roll, because it makes their assist even more.
That can help with an assist.
Yeah,
and I do have testing of theory too.
That's good, but I think that also will apply onto that. Whereas the lead of a roll is the one who rolls the challenge dice, and I have in the nick of time, which will help with the challenge dice. It essentially gives Vicious 1 to that, if it's with engineering or science.
Myth also has the android ability that gives her a free success on reason.
Yeah.
And Wright has medals, but they don't help with the situation. She has a star cross, but no focus. And the other one is for gallantry, which she doesn't need that at the moment. That does not apply. That does not help with the current situation.
All right, so we've got what, four people rolling.
Knight had to leave for the night, but yeah,
I gotta go too. But I've been wanting to at least find an opportunity to spend determination.
Yeah,
if you have enough time to do the well, if you want.
I can't use determination on an assist roll.
You can use it to create an advantage.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Can do that.
Is there any value that sounds like would be typify him your character researching this?
It's an obvious one.
Science, that's my specialty.
That's a very
It's a very broad odd value, but yes. Yes, that'll work. You can use that spend that for an advantage, so basically a free hit.
Alright. Let's do that.
Alright.
So the advantage is pretty much you've been starting up on temporal mechanics, and you have this new weird theory that's just on the tip of your tongue that you bring to the table.
Alright. Give you a threat for an extra die.
Okay.
Fortunate. And then sure, let's just go all out on this one, and I'll spend my Starcross on it too. Crit range of 10 or lower.
Okay, and which focus are we running with?
Temporal mechanics is our first one.
Okay.
And then rolling 3. That's 5 successes.
Yeah, that's about right.
Thank you.
Wouldn't that be 6 due to your trait?
5 successes from Myth plus 1 from earlier. So total 6 right now.
And then everyone else on the temporal team can roll.
What are we rolling exactly?
Reason science.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Fog. Fear instinct.
Oh man.
Wait a second. This is the scientific method, though. Its scientific method doesn't use challenge dice, does it?
Oh, does it not?
It doesn't.
I thought it
No.
did.
You're racking up successes and waiting for the GM to say you're good or they're silent.
Right. Oh.
I'm gonna say it.
5, 6. All right. And then L, you go ahead and roll a dice.
Alright, what do I need to roll?
Reason
One
science.
reason science.
Science. And 1 die?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Oof.
The GM's getting 2 threat.
That's the better outcome.
No, I'm gonna say that with the complication Patterson and L, you are trying to help, you basically create rabbit trails, and you have to circle back to get back on trail. So your crit fails cancel out 1 unsuccess. So we have 6 total. So you have a total of 4 altogether. So you got a total of 4 successes, and do you wish to continue?
With 4 successes, yes, because this is not a 4 success problem.
Yep.
All right.
What?
Oh wait. We have 5 successes because the first one that I rolled 7, and I used the Starcross.
Okay, so 5 successes total.
Yes. I don't think that changes anything, but just going forward.
You hear crickets.
Cool.
Space crickets.
On
Space
Starbase
crickets.
this time of year?
Localized entirely.
I mean, I
within
did
your
make
kitchen?
space mites before, but that's a whole different issue.
Localized entirely within your kitchen? Yes. Can I see it? No.
I'm going to use my Tikren Medal of Inspiration, which is a reskin of the Threat Dump medal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
To roll 6.
So threat dump.
You're only at 6. Now you're at 12.
He gets all 6 of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
That's rough.
That's unfortunate as a roll, but
That's why
Look who's
I
getting a
only-
Borg sphere.
not soon. All right.
That's why I only ever, whenever I use that medal, I only ever use it.
All right. Rolling 5. Hey.
All right, and
So
all
1,
the
2,
supports.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah. If that doesn't do it, then we should move on.
Yeah. 11, 12.
God.
There, I redeemed myself with that one.
Nice.
Jeez.
Waiting on L and one more person.
2, 4, 6.
Assist.
Yep. L for the assist.
So that's
Yeah.
13 plus 5, so 18.
I'm not sure. Yes, you totally got this. Yeah, this is at the point. This is the amount of research needed to, create a whole nother universe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because doesn't scientific theory normally max out at 10? In theory,
It maxed out at
usually
like 15.
15.
Something.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you totally crushed this. This is totally temporal mechanics X effect. Something. It's not quite just us the star. It's not quite I warping away. There is a third element, and that there's a third element that you're missing in the equation. But this is definitely leaning towards it's temporal mechanics, and they have skipped over a month. So when they did that emergency jump, they jumped to the future and slightly to the left.
to the future and slightly to the left. It's a good.
Meanwhile, yeah, Maddox pinned left and Maldon. Same thing. We have a shuttle here that has some people on it that don't belong to either our timeline or our universe, and we're trying to figure out how it got here. Let's start with focuses. 3 to 5 focuses on what you think happened or avenues you could take to figure this out.
Off of my list, I'd like to suggest experimental technology and warp propulsion systems.
Experimental tech and warp propulsion. Okay. Anyone else have focuses to throw in, or even?
I mean, I've got the starship focuses, but at best that's a stretch.
Up to you if you want to throw it in the hat.
I'll throw it in, but I doubt it.
I'm
Okay.
in a similar boat.
Patterson have any focuses?
That sounds like photon torpedoes are the focus.
Calder?
Sorry, I'm having connection problems.
Are there any focuses on Leaf that you want to throw into the hat? We currently have experimental tech, warp propulsion, and starships.
EPS? If that seems reasonable.
You might want to try unified field theory for like gravitational effects on the ship or something. I don't know.
Yeah, let's also toss in unified as a.
All right, so I have 5 focuses here: experimental tech, warp propulsion, starships, EPS, and unified field theory. Final answer?
Sure.
Medics?
Does everybody agree warp propulsion systems would be a good place to start?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yes, one of these focuses does apply. So now to figure this out.
See, the problem is I'm trying to think of a way to leverage my talents because they do not work in this situation.
Yeah, because you're not a science theory build.
Yeah, like I said, I'm designed to find flaws in ships and like to identify ships, but not really this.
And we're starting with the warp propulsion focus.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have reason, engineering, difficulty unknown, and we're using warp propulsion and focus. Who's gonna take lead?
Was there talk just a second ago about con officers who could use some sort of con thing instead?
Yes. For this, yes, if you're a con officer, you can use con instead.
Okay. Perfect.
Because it has to do with engines and propulsion, so.
Yeah, it's the con officer's power.
Yep, that's your chair power.
Perfect. Thank you.
Just get the power from where you sit on the bridge, so it's on your chair.
What? How good is medical degrees in engineering?
14.
Now I've got a 13.
I've also got a
left-
14 with the con reason.
Yeah. All of us have 14s, but Maddox, you have legal talents. And you have the guide tools for the guide job.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. So you get an advantage.
Yep, using your hydro spanner or to literally take the shuttle apart and figure out what broke it. All right, so that will work for an advantage. Would you like to purchase any additional dice?
Yeah, I'll give you one threat for one die.
All right. And everyone else on the shuttle team can roll and assist. Pen, no! All right, so
Nice.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then Penned, and yeah, Penned is, you're just kind of woozy at this point, so you are trying to help, but you're kind of tripping over your tools as much as you're using them.
Yep. What was our advantage?
The advantage it would be a +1.
Okay, so that would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Exactly.
Yeah, as with just one tear into this ship, you realize that as this shuttle was jumping into warp, it was hit by some sort of exotic radiation, and that twisted the warp field in a particular fashion that made it go sideways relative to subspace. It went orthogonal to subspace, so instead of going straight through subspace, you kind of went 90 degrees to the left through subspace.
You can do that?
If you mess it up hard enough.
I mean,
Technobabble, absolutely.
With enough technobabble, absolutely.
yeah,
Basically, you kind of went left in the 4th dimension and ran into another universe.
I mean, a lot of things that was made in history were mistakes, like for example, gunpowder.
Mm-hmm. But there's one question of what exactly caused that kind of weird reaction to make the ship go 90 degrees left through subspace. Actually, it wasn't quite 90 degrees. It was more 45 degrees because it also skipped ahead in time. It wasn't purely a lateral move. There was some forward momentum in it. Across 5D. Wow, this is getting complicated.
Yeah.
Did that jump also push? Also take a small spin around the sun?
The sun's gravitational field also helped. It also helped bend subspace. But that's one mystery you solved. There's still one nagging question on what that radiation is. So, Maddox, do you want to continue probing that, or do you just want to take your findings and bring it to the science officers?
I think I'll take the findings of the science officers.
All right. All you can. This takes about probably 3 or 4 hours of hard thinking and hard digging, and you managed to come back together.
God damn it.
And now you can share what you found with each other and try to figure out the next part.
So, oh, go ahead.
Okay, so let's. I was just about it, but it's simply say so. Let's just say our findings out loud and see if we might figure something out. So far,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
sorry, no, like yeah, you go.
No, you understand this more than I do. I was gonna ask what people found. Was all.
So pretty much, what the shell team found is some form of unknown radiation came in contact with the warp core, which caused the shuttle to absolutely be pulsed here. Like 90 degrees lateral, if I'm correct.
Yeah. That basically went 90 degrees lateral through a fifth dimensional space. The analogy is normally when you're going through warp, you're on a sheet of paper on a 2D plane. Somehow, normally you have left, right, and forward, back on a 2D plane. Somehow, this as warp drive got so twisted, it went up off the sheet of paper. It's that kind of maneuver, but scaled up to the fifth dimension.
And what did the science team find again? I'm letting the science, one of the science people actually explain it to the owner of the RP.
We confirmed the base hypothesis that indeed the captain and fleet captain were rocketed forward in time.
Okay, so we have a confirmation and a potential and most of the cause.
I looked over Dr. Boggs' findings regarding the current Hend and Grennan in the room, and there's one thing that doesn't add up for me. What you're talking about, I mean, I'm no starship engineer or temporal physicist, but I do know my parapsychology, and I do know neuropsychology, and I know that these two, even in those events, would still retain the memory of the event. There was no evidence of blunt force trauma or anything that would cause an amnesic event. And time travel's never caused memory loss. It's caused disorientation, nausea, but never gaps in memory.
I would suggest there may be some prior event to their stellar slingshot that may have caused the memory problems and perhaps some of the injuries.
And there's also this unknown radiation could have additional side effects.
Furthermore, this does not fully establish the gap between their last of memories on Vudra and the cause for departing the Kismet.
Well, there is another idea we could do is maybe find the start point of the jump and maybe see it could actually answer this radiation. That way we'll know the starting chemical of this thing.
Trace back to the well, if not the initial point, to a catalyst point.
Yeah, like if we could get more info on the this catalyst radiation, then we could be one step closer to solving this puzzle.
Agreed. Do the shuttlecraft's computers provide any information about the spatial location of the star that was avoided?
Yes, you can pull that from the computer and get at their stellar coordinates. Corbinian, was that how close to so that was to the Wudra system?
Where they I have to look, hold on.
Because
The map's
this
on a
is
different thing.
yeah, this is your sector of space.
It belongs to no one. No, sorry. Because I have an idea of what star it is. I didn't bother looking because I didn't think you guys were going to ask that question this episode. So I didn't think of it.
Well, why not? I try and ask so many questions.
I mean, it's as if we're scrambling due to a missed session. Sob.
Would that be good? Double checking something. Incorrectly, Wright looks up. I think I know where it is. Let me check against our Rimworld charts. They don't match quite cleanly with our Federation charts. Why do they have to label it this way? Why?
As this is happening, pinned.
Yeah, hello?
You. Oh my god.
Why you bold me?
That was German.
Slap, slap, slap. Clap,
Clap, clap, clap.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Pinned, you start seeing double, severely seeing in double, and your head starts going woozy.
I mean, if you're going to attempt to kill me, can you at least spend a lot of threat to try?
I'm not trying to kill you yet.
Is it enough to make me fall over?
Yeah, it's enough to make you fall over.
Can I resist?
Fitness is. I'm gonna be weird with this one. Fitness science difficulty 2.
Fitness science?
It makes sense eventually.
Okay. I mean, I've got a focus selected, but I've got one in science, so it means bugger all.
Your focus in survival would count, but
again, a one in science, so bugger all. Take a threat? No. I don't have a reroll, so that's it.
Cathud.
Thought you were trying to say my name.
That's probably like three challenge dice. Oof. As you slip out of your chair and bang your head against the table, probably doing more damage to the table, but it still hurts.
Did we change seat? Because that would have reduced my stress.
Yeah, this starts a new scene.
Then yeah, that's just a normal entry then.
As Dr. Bog, you see all of this happen.
Okay. I'm going to he hits the floor. I'm gonna rush over and break out the tricorder and give a quick scan.
Man, but it's on effects. Damn.
Quick scan, but not quite. Reason as in difficulty 2, complication 3. Something
Make it higher.
Something weird's going on.
While he's doing that, I'd like to scan the room for any sort of abnormalities.
Define abnormal.
Anything that might be causing an adverse reaction in someone with a distinct quantum signature.
What, like scanning for Grennan's love life?
No, that's just damaging on its own.
No.
Sorry, I can't find anything.
Figured this much.
I think that's right. Because either that's. Where would you run?
Oh, that was loud.
Would you run that way or that way? How would you run that? You wouldn't run that. Would you?
Would we run away?
Would you run
I mean,
away?
this is penned. He would run into danger screaming.
Yeah.
I know, Penn's tactically savvy, but would we run away from whatever?
Focused in unified field theory? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And Dr. Airbog, your focus in emergency medicine would work as well.
Okay.
Oh, you have a momentum now if you want one.
Go ahead and spend a threat to do both.
Okay.
And let's see. Quick study. Can I use quick study here? Causing the difficulty.
Quick study would reduce the complication because part of the complication is dealing with this new type of illness that you have been in studying recently. So complication 2. But quick study also. Wait, does quick study specifically say bring down the difficulty?
It actually says difficulty, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that brings down difficulty. So diff 1, comp 2.
And it says ignore any difficulty increase stemming from unfamiliarity.
Yep. So diff 1, comp 2. Using quick study.
How do you reduce complication?
Advantages.
Advantage.
Determination spend, because you can create an advantage that way.
Okay. Yeah, I've already used the 2 values that might come into play here, so.
You can respend on the same value. It's just a matter of if you have a point of determination. If you have a milestone of, if previously you've spent a milestone in another episode of scanning for a weird illness or something, you could call upon that to get a point of determination.
Well, I absolutely did. I mean, that's the whole Kovac disease. I mean, could I use that?
Yes.
Determination?
Yeah. The Kovac situation was definitely you dealing with a weird illness. Yes, and scanning it, and you did spend a milestone on that. So you get 1 point of determination, and to which value?
That was the drive to heal and save lives.
Yep. So mark down one. Mark down one milestone.
Okay. Mark it off. You mean that I've used it?
Yeah, mark it off that you used the milestone.
All right, I'm gonna re-roll that. My bowl.
Yep. That's what it's there for. Difficulty 1, so generate 2 momentum. You caught just the faint edge of it, but for a slight second, and there it seemed like Pend was here and not here. And in that aphasia state, his brain just went, "Oh, this is not good. I'm losing blood. Good night," and he passed out for like half a second. And just as quickly as it came on, it snapped back to reality, and he's in phase.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I've had my mind separated from my body before.
Okay. Do I have no, right. That was the built for momentum.
Yep, we built 4 momentum altogether.
Could I spend 2 of those to determine if it was caused by an outside effect, or if it's just his body basically rebelling against me?
I can answer that out for 1 momentum between you and Myth. That appears to be a side effect. That appears to be a side effect of him not being in sync with time. So it's internally caused.
Okay. And would I have any way? We have a way of. I guess I'm a little confused. Is it we need to send him back to a universe, or is it do we just need to get him back in phase with this one?
Depends on which direction you want to go with it. But Myth, your scans along with Dr. Boggs confirmed that it wasn't an external cause. It's just Penn's particles being weird.
Could this be chaos theory?
See. Chaos theory.
Well, paradox, whatever it is.
I was imitating Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park because chaos theory.
Yeah.
Life finds a way. And so do quantum torpedoes.
Quantum torpedoes don't find a way; they make a way.
I mean,
the torpedo knows where it is because it knows where it is. Come on now, guys.
Doctor, is he okay?
I think he'll be all right, but we are going to have to address this out of phase situation. Afraid it may get worse.
Agreed. I mean, there seems to be some peculiarity to this quantum transit that we've not encountered in previous instances. Perhaps due to the proximity of the divergent timelines.
This be in a way that the timeline is trying to fix itself by moving N?
Potentially. I find it more likely that our dimensional proximity to his native dimension is exerting its own influence over the particle constraints inside both him and the fleet captain, potentially the shuttle as well. But I do not suspect the shuttle will become nauseous.
I mean,
Meanwhile, in the shuttle
imagine-
bay, the shuttle is just hurling chunks.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine like I recommend not using the shuttle in space because I imagine its phasing out would mean people inside would lose oxygen.
If it phases, maybe it would phase in an unstable or ephemeral fashion. So yeah, same idea.
Yeah,
Indeed.
Yeah, pretty much. Like there's a high possibility that if you fly that shuttle in space and a phase happens, there's a chance that you'll no longer that the shuttle will temporarily no longer be there, and the occupants will feel the vacuum of space.
Potentially, yes. That could explain the destabilization of the shuttle's warp core when being brought aboard the Maxwell Planck. Our tractor beam could have temporarily interfered with the state of its particles. If it phased out of existence, the tractor beam may have slipped through.
Oh, I lost track once I came over. Sorry. She holds up her pad. Good news. I figured out what star the shuttle's talking about. Bad news. According to and I checked it 3 times. It seems to match up with 2 suns. In 2 different areas. The Quay system and the Shisku system. Both woohoo worlds, but very different on different sides of the of their space.
Kind of makes
We have no further identification as to the stellar background with sensor logs.
Well, the problem is that we were going off of their database, not ours. And we were comparing our survey notes and translating them through. It's why it took me a bit to figure out what they were talking about. What the shuttle knows what it's talking about, but we don't have Starfleet charts out that way. We just have whatever we were able to acquire from them due to the treaty. One world is a non-industrial world. It's recorded as a disputed world between the Quaqua Principality and the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds. It's almost an enclave. It's separate from most of the Woohoo worlds. The other one is a high-tech, resource-rich world that seems to be the center of research for the Woohoo people. Almost like a scholar planet, to put it that way, a research planet.
I feel like the research place might be logical for the radiation because they could be researching this precursor tech that I barely know of.
Well, the question becomes which way did the Kismet go and why? Because that's really what's confusing me. One world, there's no there's no great scientific reason to go there. Diplomatically, it's inserting the Kismet into yet another internal council issue, which maybe that's why they went, or it was continuing research and they diverted to this high-tech world to learn more about the preservers. Then again, I don't know if they got a report from from Myth about our findings about the ruin. I don't know if that got to them in time.
What if they were? This is a kind of shot in the dark, but what if
What if they were actually being chased and they just passed by it?
She looks at Pend and Grennan. The officers in command would not be ones who would flee a fight if they thought they could win it, especially fleeing without their ship.
Yes, the fact that you were in a shuttlecraft, and she kind of turns towards Pend and the captain. Well, I guess they're both the captain now. Anyway, Pend and Grennan. I can't use that shorthand anymore.
No, you can't.
Such a shame. Now I distracted myself and forgot my point. Never mind. All right. So turns to Grennan and says, "The fact that you were in a shuttlecraft does not perhaps match with a theory of fleeing from a tactical engagement. However, it might fit if you were fleeing from some other form of danger that you did not wish to expose the Kismet to."
It's possible.
If your timeline diverged from ours, if you'll excuse me, the last thing you remember on Wudra was?
Walking into. Oh damn it! That's why That's why we don't have any memories.
I'm sorry?
The Wudra. They're psychic.
You think they wiped your memory?
It's the only thing I can think of, given all the information we have so far. The fact that my memory of events cuts out as soon as we walked into the Woohoo Senate can't just be a coincidence.
I mean, we do. I mean, do we know any ways of facing this, like a mind meld or using an empath?
Right looks at Myth and makes a subtle gesture, almost like she's tapping her comm badge, but she's tapping somewhat below, roughly where a different badge would be, and then looks meaningfully like, and then makes a questioning shrug.
Also, Grennan, I whispered you on Discord.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
That's why I laughed. Like,
yes.
The exact timing of this conversation.
Oh
no.
Oh yes.
Yeah, Barter. So yeah, Myth will kind of nod to Right very briefly. There might be methodology for investigating this. I would need to look into it.
Deba speaks up. I may be Beta Z, but I'm not that trained in to retrieve memories. I'm more of sensing people's motives. But if you need my help, I'll do what I can.
I'm thinking more of telepath.
Wait. Grennan rubs his temple. Where's Varder?
At current, Grennan, I'm unable to answer that question. You are not of sufficient security clearance.
Ooh, wow, that's weird.
Sorry, given your providence, it's need to know. She shrugs like she hates saying that, but she's like, I kind of have to.
Who's Varder?
I mean, that and Penn kind of told him to do that.
Varder is our is the squadron chief of security and intelligence officer.
He is also psionically gifted.
Hello.
And he's here. The entire room hears, hello.
Weirdly, I couldn't pass up.
Oh, hot damn. Well, we can have him walk in with dramatic timing.
Body makes an end.
I mean, he'd have to get a couple. GM would get to Fred, but we could.
Up to you, Corbinian, if that makes sense for your timeline.
What I might suggest to everyone, I know we're all eager to get answers now, but we have a ship full of a lot of prisoners who just came aboard, 2 new people with glances at Pen, a pressing medical issue, and a rather complex problem ahead of us. I might suggest, as in my capacity, although I'm not the squadron counselor, but in my professional opinion, I think a good night's rest might be in order. And we can come at this anew tomorrow with some repairs to the Svalinn, and hopefully we get in touch with Varder in the meantime and decide which way our small remnant of a fleet will go.
Yeah, I also need to see the status of my chief security.
Indeed.
If he's not, if he didn't drag himself into some form of fight pit.
Oh, what do you think?
Oh, threat spend. Indeed, that seems like a reasonable course of action, Commander Wright. I will, while you are all resting, take it upon myself to continue this investigation.
For all my input matters, apparently,
Yeah.
You're a Federation citizen, one way or the other, Mr. Grennan.
Daiba pats you reassuringly on the shoulder.
Grennan's emotional state is just deflated.
Aww.
I'm going to ask Bog to prepare something to assist tonight for a potential hangover, as he is currently with Klingons after victory.
Okay.
Fuck. I did the thing where I clicked into the voice to click to text chat and chat.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
This is the established convention of a Trek show. If it's like an alternate universe or something, people can have romantic relationships whenever they want, because it comes back in the end. It's the real people.
Anyways, on that, Wright has heavily suggested that we all take a good night's rest. The repair crews have been working on the Svalinn over the past 4 hours, and working into the night they can repair most, if not all, of the breaches on the ship, and we can reconvene in later and figure out our plan of action.
Yes.
On your way to your respective ships, Calder, you go wandering around, and you do indeed fight a knight in the middle of a Klingon on keg stand, which basically involves 2 Klingons holding him by his ankles and dunking him into a barrel of Warnog.
Excuse me, Warnog?
It's an actual thing.
Okay.
He is 3 sheets to the wind and having the time of his life.
Klingon.
Some Klingon woman is hitting on him too.
Yep. He has a Klingon woman on him. It looks like he has a fractured wrist, yes, and a black eye from a fist fight, but
She's one of the people dunking him into the tank.
yep.
And I imagine he's missing the jacket part of his uniform.
I mean, you did say the Klingon woman was hanging on to him. So.
Yep, the jacket of his uniform is long gone. But a good night's rest, and he'll be ready for duty.
Good thing I asked. I asked Bog to prep some stuff for him when he wakes up.
I'm going to be concerned about fleet captain and Captain N. I obviously want to keep them under observation in sick bay and try to stabilize them from this phasing. Are we going to keep them on the Svalinn, or are we going to transfer medical to their respective ships?
I would actually. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Now you go first.
I was going to suggest that because of the advanced sick bay on the DSE, having them on observation there, you might have access to more tools to try to keep them in phase and observe them.
Yeah,
I would agree.
Yeah, I think I'd allow Bog to assist in the advanced med bay.
Yeah, presumably Wright would not have any trouble allowing Bog to assist, given that he was the one that made all the preliminary observations and the original neurosurgeries. Yeah, Myth, you need to write a log, because I'm
in order to create a sort of patchwork stabilizing thing, this will basically be a device to slap on their arm to hold their quantum pattern for a while. Control medicine difficulty 4, complication 2, assisted by computers or science, and a science or another medical officer or can assist with if their relevant focus.
Okay, well, I'll use my technical expertise to roll 1 if I need to. I'll go ahead and give you a threat for bold.
Okay.
Advanced sickbay, using it there brings the an advantage is created. It exists as an advantage in and of itself, so you could use that to bring the diff down or the complication down.
What would you recommend? Is it easier to?
I'd always bring difficulty down. You can always buy off complications.
Okay, fine. Bring that difficulty down.
And Wright will assist, obviously, because she's a medical officer. Well, she was a medical officer, so someone gave her a red uniform.
Okay,
Still know your way around a sick bay.
Difficulty 3, complication 2. Will my biology, xenobiology help me develop what I need here as a focus?
Biology will help make sure that this isn't going to have any more adverse effects on their biology any more than randomly dephasing would.
Okay. So it should be a difficulty 3, right?
Yep, diff 3 altogether.
Yep.
And then it's assisted by Deep Space Erkannia.
Maybe computer science. Science. You mean computers medicine for the ship?
Computer science. And it's because you're you're doing temporal stuff and medical stuff at the same time.
Oh, right. I get you.
Mm.
It's all right. We got it.
Yeah, had to do something like this once, where they were stabilizing a time traveler who was actively being phased out of the.
All right. With that, you do have the advantage of Pend and Grennan now have cute armbands to keep them synced with the universe.
Aww.
You know, me and Dr. Efrix never thought we'd use these, but we found a reason to use them. We were intending to use them to see if we could actually step through quantum realities, but I guess this will do. Never.
Friendship basics. Actually, Bog, you could design these any way you want, just as long as it's a strap.
I think I'll just keep it straightforward.
Friendship basics that transcends reality.
Except it pens.
You know what? My Little Pony was right. Friendship is magic.
Yeah.
And with with two people all being fitted with reality bending friendship bracelets, and one man and being dragged to his bunk unwittingly, the rest of the ships and crew go down for the night and waits to see what happens in the morning.
I'm gonna go do science while they're all sleeping.
Nerd.
I'm gonna give a knight the I'm not mad, I'm disappointed talk.